Recording in progress.
Welcome, everyone, to this meeting of the Hayward City Council. I'm going to now call this meeting to order, and I will ask Councilmember Wahab to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Be seen up there on.
Please stand if you're able to. All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, justice for all. Please be seated.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening. Councilmember Andrews.
Present.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Present.
Councilmember Marquez.
Present.
Councilmember Salinas.
Present.
Councilmember Wahab.
Here.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Present.
Mayor Halliday.
Here.
Thank you.
The council did meet in closed session this evening, and I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. Lawson, who I think is attending online here, to please give us the announcement regarding the closed session. Is he? I don't even see him. Oh, there he is. Mr. Lawson?
I'm sorry. I think City Attorney Lawson is connecting, Mayor.
Oh, I see him now. There he is. Mr. Lawson? Can you give us the close? Yes, thank you.
Our council met in closed session at 5:30 today. And with all members present and no public speakers, the council considered three matters. One, property. The council discussed Route 238 Parcel Group 8 as described in particularity on the posted agenda, and the council took no reportable action. Two, labor. The council discussed compensation and benefits for the non-union unrepresented employees. The council took no reportable action in closed session, but consideration of public action is on the legislative business portion of tonight's agenda. Three, finally, under pending litigation, the council discussed pending litigation, Stoddard Nunez versus City of Hayward, and took no reportable action. The closed session adjourned at 6:15 p.m. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Now, we've come to a special presentation that we have this evening. We are sadly saying farewell to our longtime and hardworking leader of the, president and CEO, actually, of the Hayward Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Kim Huggett, is leaving that position. And we did want to thank and commend him for his many years and a lot of work he did in a lot of different ways, to accomplish things in this city, things representing the chamber, but helping also to sponsor events. And so let me read this certificate of commendation. Presented to Kim Huggett upon your retirement and in honor of your dedication and commitment to the Hayward Chamber of Commerce. Whereas Kim Huggett has served the Hayward Chamber of Commerce as president and CEO for 12 years, and whereas before joining the chamber in 2010, Kim Huggett served as the director of community and government relations for California State University East Bay and held the same title at Chabot Las Positas Community College. And whereas over his tenure, Kim Huggett has attended more than 150 chamber board meetings, worked with 65 different local business leaders who served as members of the board of directors since 2010, and has attended and addressed hundreds of meetings of the Hayward City Council, the Planning Commission, and various other committees, including the Council Economic Development Committee meeting. I don't know that he ever missed one of those. Whereas Kim became whereas Kim has served as the board of directors on the board of directors for the Downtown Hayward Improvement Association, the Cal State University East Bay Foundation, is a chair of the U.S. Board of Directors for Bajau Bridge, an international nonprofit supporting tribal people of the Philippines, and is an active member of both the California and the U.S. Chambers of Commerce. And whereas Kim became the director of the 32-year-old Leadership Hayward program during the pandemic, and whereas Kim has assisted in organizing many of Hayward's events, including the summer downtown street parties and car shows, the annual mariachi festival, Light Up the Season, and the annual awards celebration gala, which honors Hayward, a Hayward business person, educator, firefighter, and police officer each year. And whereas Kim Huggett has promoted Hayward as a city of international trade, influenced growth of the Chamber's program for exporters, created an international trade luncheon series, led a delegation of local businesses to meet with the Chamber counterparts in Hayward's sister city of Funabashi, and whereas during the pandemic, Kim issued 134 crisis updates, e-newsletters, social media posts, and website announcements that provided Hayward businesses with information regarding loans, grants, and business survival skills. And whereas Kim Huggett has helped shape economic and other policies in the city of Hayward and has contributed to programs and events that have benefited the entire community for many years, now, therefore, I, Barbara Halliday, Mayor of the City of Hayward, on behalf of the City Council, city employees, and residents of the City of Hayward, do hereby proclaim our gratitude and congratulations on your retirement. It has been a privilege and an honor to work with you for the betterment of Hayward, and we hereby certify your accomplishments and contributions as significant and long-lasting. And here is the actual proclamation, which I will come down, and if Kim would please come up and accept it.
Thank you. You know, it is true. Since 2010, I have attended hundreds of meetings of the City Council, the Planning Commission, and your various committees. I tried counting them all up, and it just didn't work out. But I have to tell you, this is the first time I may have ever paid close attention to the reading of a resolution. But I would like you to be resolved, and your young people in the Youth Commission here tonight too, that our City Council and our City Hall is only as efficient as when, to not get too scriptural, our staff and our policymakers go the second mile. Don't settle for social media or press releases. Go out and meet people. Go out and walk the neighborhoods. And that's been the success of the Chamber. That's been the success of our leaders over time. And that's why I encourage you, as we come out of our darkest days of the pandemic, to as it's safe, participate in our community activities, especially the Chamber events, if I might say, street parties, the Mariachi Festival, the Light Up the Season when we get our ice rink back, the event that honors our business person, educator, police officer, and firefighter of the year. We are a city of international trade, so attend our international trade events. These are significant contributions to our community. And they will continue under Frank Farrell of the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce, who actually this week we've got two presidents this week, but I'm President 1A, and you will meet Frank very soon. And I know that you'll be pleased, and that the city staff will want to work with him. And to that regard, I want to especially thank Miriam and all of the staff that run your committees. They know how business gets done in this town, and in part, they are helped by their participation in Leadership Hayward, a program that I got involved in on day one when I was at Chabot College, and Scott Rady called me and said, by the way, as a new person here, you're in charge of the education session. And so 32 years later, 400 graduates, including some distinguished people on the dais. I just want to say thank you to the city for bending over backwards and providing facilities and staff. We had our last session last week was on fascinating facilities, and of course they were almost all city facilities, and we ended up here where Barbara gave the certifications with units from Cal State East Bay's continuing education, which is something that no other East Bay leadership program can offer. So with that, I want to say thank you, best wishes. I will still be living at the top of D Street. You'll probably find me working the chamber car shows. My wife, Rebecca, teaches at Winton Middle School, and go Wildcats, right? And I'll be her personal assistant going forward. So you'll know where to find me. Best wishes and thank you.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Becca, for sharing him with us all these years. And hope you'll, I know we will still see you in the community. So, but we are sorry to lose you as a real partner with the city. So, thank you. Okay, so now we're going to move on to actually to public comments. So this is your opportunity to speak on any item that is not otherwise on our agenda. And so I will open public comments and ask if anyone wants to make one. Let me see if I have, I think we do have. Is that the Zoom person? Yeah. So it's someone with a number ending 341.
Yes, Mayor Halliday, Belgo, good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Speak into your microphone. I can hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Velda Go. I'm a resident of University Campus neighborhood. I wanted to discuss the packages that you all have that were included regarding this meeting tonight. And my request tonight is to ask for a referral memo to agendize the actions recommended in the Campus Drive UCNA resident proposals that you have in your package. And the reason being, this issue has been discussed for 7 years, beginning in 2015 with the first city action in 2016 to make Campus Drive safe. That is plagued with reckless driving and speeding. To date, the actions by the city have not resulted in any resolution of the dangerous conditions on Campus Drive. And in fact, they have worsened with the city increased speed to 30 miles an hour and establishment of a second lane going uphill in the same direction. We are concerned because of the Lincoln Landing project that will open within a month to unleash 478 new households onto Campus Drive. And we urge the city to adopt the residents' proposals that are supported by substantial data as to their effectiveness by local cities such as San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Fremont, Union City, San Leandro, as well as the Institute of Transportation Engineers, San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency, Caltrans, Federal Highway Administration, the Institute for Local Governments, AARP, as well as journalists, bloggers, and other professionals in the transportation field. So Angela Andrews had asked that the city get back to me today before our meeting. It didn't happen, so we have no idea what the city plans to do, and hope we do not wake up one morning and see that they institute some changes again that have proven to be ineffective and not as we, the residents, want for safety on our street. So just to summarize, I hope someone in the council will make a referral memo to agendize this action, because I think 7 years is a long time to wait to make our streets safe. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask staff if they have any updates on that situation.
Sure.
They
I
wanna
mean, I
share?
think as the council will recall, we have engaged with the community a number of times, and they're both short-term and long-term solutions. I think what Ms. Go is concerned with is the short-term solutions that have been implemented. We did indicate to the entire neighborhood that it will take some time to put the permanent solutions in place. I apologize. Staff was trying to work on a response to Ms. Go this today, but didn't get to it given conflicting work priorities. So, but basically, we are going to remind everyone and share the presentation that we shared with the community and with the council previously that outlined both the short-term and the long-term recommendations, where we are in the time frame. And I have reached out, and myself, the Public Works Director, and our project engineer will be meeting with Ms. Go to walk through that to ensure she is understanding what we all agreed to and what the neighborhood was supportive of when we presented it. I think it was probably about a year ago now.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to make a public comment, either here in the chambers or on Zoom? I'm not seeing any hands going up or any cards. Madam City Clerk is not, says she's not aware of anyone, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comments and go to City Manager comments this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any comments this evening.
All right, so then we can move right on to another special item that we have tonight, and that is regarding city commissions. We have a report and are being asked to adopt a resolution confirming the appointment of Hayward Youth Commission members, and I'll turn this over to our city clerk, Ms. Lenz.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Good evening again, Mayor, council members, city staff, and community members. The item before you is a special one because it relates to our youth. And as you know, it's the appointment to the Hayward Youth Commission. And I just want to make sure that everyone can see the PowerPoint. If we could have it up. I'll just wait for a moment.
I believe it's visible on Zoom. It is not visible here in the chambers.
Yes, I think we wanted to make sure that it's visible for our audience here in the council chambers. Okay. Thank you to our IT team. So again, it's a special one, and I see so many faces, smiling faces in the
Yeah.
audience. As you could see, we have almost all 17 members this evening, and we appreciate the parents for their support and bringing them to City Hall. And I believe we're there.
There we go.
Very good. Thank you so much. So as a way of background, the Hayward Youth Commission recruitment was conducted from March 11th to May 20th. The information about the recruitment was disseminated through various channels. We conducted outreach via social media, as well as visited Hayward Middle Schools. We actually had the opportunity to go to the schools, and so it was wonderful. So on this slide that you see, pretty much includes the outreach efforts this year, as mentioned again, not only via social media, but also by partnering with HUSD members who, and also I'd like to mention our communications division for helping us get the word out. Next, I believe it's here. So we had 49 applications received by the end of the recruitment, and 41 applicants qualified for consideration. On June 2nd, an interview panel comprising elected officials from the council members Cermeño and Salinas, HUSD board members, Bufete and Chaparro, and hard board members, Hatcher and Rosen, helped us select 17 members. And of course, our 3 Hayward Youth Commission advisors were instrumental in helping us recruit and also throughout the appointment process. And so we are thankful to all our elected officials as well as our advisors. What you see on the screen is you'll see the names of the 6 voting members who are recommended to be appointed to 2-year terms ending in 2024. I'm not going to go over the names, but you have them on the screen. The next slide shows the 11 alternate members who are being recommended for terms of 1 year ending in June 2023. As you can see from this chart, we are making strides at achieving representation from each Hayward school. I think every year we are trying to get more participation from every Hayward school. So the chart in the next slide shows that we have been successful in just reaching out to the different schools. So we are very proud, and I'd like to commend my team, and we have Avinta from my office here in the audience, and I just want to acknowledge her efforts, and also going to middle schools this time. So in conclusion, we're recommending that council adopt a resolution confirming the appointment to the Hayward Youth Commission of 6 voting members and 11 alternate members. I'm, of course, available to answer any questions. It would be appropriate for Mayor Halliday to open public comment prior to council's discussion or motion. Following council's action, I will be delighted to administer the oath of affirmation to our newly appointed members. With that, Mayor, I'll hand that to you now for any discussion.
All right, well, so
or-
first I'll ask if any members of council have any questions. Questions? No. Okay. And so I will now ask if there are any members of the public who would like to, I'll open public comment. And are there any members of the public who would like to comment on this item? Either on Zoom, raise your hand with the raise hand feature, or we're not aware of anybody here in the chambers. And not seeing anyone raising their hand on Zoom, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and I will entertain a motion from council. Councilmember Cermeño.
Thank you. I'm honored to move on the staff recommendation. It's a very excellent group.
And that motion has been seconded by Councilmember Salinas. And I just want to thank both of you, Councilmembers Cermeño and Salinas, for your work in helping select this fine-looking group of young people that we have, I think mostly here in the chambers today, who are ready to start their public service by taking the oath of office. So first I'll ask if there are any, I'm sorry. Yeah. Any other council members who wish to speak? Not seeing anyone. I will ask Madam City Clerk to please call the roll for the vote on these members. On the motion by Councilmember Cermeño, seconded by Councilmember Salinas.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye, and congratulations.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquez. Councilmember Marquez, I think you're muted.
Councilmember Marquez, yeah, there she is. Nope, she's muted again. Are you trying to say yes, Councilmember Marquez?
There seems to be a delay. She gave the thumbs up, though.
Oh, okay, we'll count that as a yes then.
Very good. Thank you.
Oh, okay, we'll count that as a yes then.
Can you hear me? I'm having issues with the technology. It was very
Yeah, I
static
can
on my
hear you
end, but
right
it is
now,
an
so
aye.
say yes.
Aye. Aye.
Okay.
Councilmember Salinas,
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab,
Yes, and thank you, everybody, for serving, and thank you to the city clerk's office.
thank you. Councilmember Cermeño,
See.
thank you. Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and this motion passes with 7 aye votes. So let's give these, let's give them applause right now for being selected. And now the fun part, we're going to swear you in. Our city clerk, Ms. Lenz, is going to swear you in. So I'll turn this over to her at this point.
All right, very good. All right, if you could please raise your right hand, each one. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and start. Would you please state your full name? I
Michael D. Williams, Jr.
I, Penelope Reynoso.
I, Isa Yusuf Khan.
I, Taylor Chaplin.
I, Ananya Suresh.
I, Ronak Sharma. I, Zoe Nakadama-Chema.
I, Crystal Guerrero Lopez. I, Brittany Ruiz. I, Liliana Lopez. I, Gisela Casas. I, Shreya Rathore.
I, Josue Barrera. I, Damien Diaz. I, Diego Francisco Bárcenas.
All right. Now, please repeat after me. Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Go ahead. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. Go ahead. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. All right, you may lower your hand. Congratulations on behalf of the city. Thank you. Very good. So this is the opportunity for photos, if you like, to the parents. Let me go ahead and. Thank you. You may now return to your seats. Thank you, Mayor.
Well, thank you. And I really want to thank everyone who who participated in this process, but I especially want to thank all of you. And I will say you are, I believe it was, 17 selected out of 49 applications. So good for all of you. and welcome to city government. And I want you to know that we truly do want to hear from you. We truly do want to hear what your thoughts are about some of the things that we have in the works. Some of your predecessors on the Youth Commission have given us some very good advice at times about things that we've tried to follow through on. And so we hope that we'll hear from you, and that you all both, enjoy your service and get something out of it that you can take with you when you move on to higher education or careers in the community. So again, thank you all for stepping up, and congratulations on your appointment. And Councilmember Zermeño?
We never thank the parents enough, so I thank the parents for supporting the youngsters. Muchísimas gracias a los padres por apoyar a los jovencitos. Son nuestro futuro. They are our future. So thank you very much. Y muchachos, good.
Yes, very well said. Behind every good student is a good parent or two. So thank you all. And now we will have to move on to our other business this evening. And our next item is an adoption of a resolution affirming the city's support for the Library Bill of Rights, the Freedom to Read Statement, and the Freedom to View Statement. And so we are going to hear from our library director, Ms. Adelman, and I see her there on Zoom, so take it away.
Right. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Let's see. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, let's go ahead. And I apologize for not being in the room today. I unfortunately came down with a little bit of a cold, so I'm just staying out of the chambers. I have with me today the chair of our Library Commission, Annika Patterson, who will follow after I just do this quick introduction. And as many of you know, that there's been a lot of talk in the news recently about attack on reading and on and this idea of censorship, censoring books in both public libraries as well as in school libraries, academic libraries, and this has grown, at unprecedented rates. It's been a long time since it's been anything like this. And so, but the thing is that parents, libraries, teachers are pushing back against these attacks on the right to read. And so it is important for us also to be very vigilant and aware. So I just wanted to show you these two pictures, which are really chilling because you wonder when they were taken. And the one on the bottom right is during the Holocaust, the Nazi era. And the one on the left at the top was in Tennessee just earlier this year. And so it's really terrifying where we could be heading. The American Library Association really monitors censorship and attacks on books regularly, and every year they put out a report. And some of the things they talk about is who initiates the challenges, and definitely it's parents and patrons, but many of them are more concerned about controlling what others read as opposed to what their own children read. But there's also boards and administrations that do this. Where do the challenges take place? Often people assume it's just in school libraries, but actually public libraries are very close to school libraries and the attacks that are happening. Most of the attacks are against books, graphic novels, textbooks, but they're also, as you know, there was a recent incident with the drag queen story time in the San Leandro Library. So there are things like this going on, which are not just books. And one of the really concerning themes in this is that most challenged books include content by or about people of color and the LGBTQIA+ community and or people with disabilities. This is just a word cloud talking about some of the things, but it's interesting. Critical race theory is one of the places that is really being attacked, even though many people don't even know what it is. And it's often seen just as a kind of attack on some races and some minority groups. Attacks on books, we often feel like that because we're in the Bay Area, because we're in California, we're somewhat protected, but this is not really true. This is attacks occur throughout the all across the nation, and they also cross party and religious lines. So it could be both the people that are liberal as well as people that are conservative do attack books and reading. On February 28, 2022, the Library Commission unanimously affirmed its support for the Hayward Public Library's commitment to intellectual freedom by endorsing the 3 statements from the American Library Association, which are the Library Bill of Rights, the freedom to read, and the freedom to view. And as you know, the Library Commission is an advisory board for the City Council. But in addition, our friends of the library who are not in any kind of advisory role, but are extremely supportive and a strong voice for our community, in April, they also unanimously affirmed support for these 3 statements. And with that, I'm going to just request that you please consider showing your support for residents of the city of Hayward and all our library users to have complete and free access to information and materials they need by endorsing these 3 statements. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our Library Commission Chair, Annika Patterson, who is in the room, I believe, over there in the chamber.
There she is. Hello.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Anika Patterson. Oh, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Anika Patterson, and I currently serve as the chair of the Hayward Library Commission. I want to thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Library Commission in support of the American Library Association's Freedom to Read, Freedom to View, and Library Bill of Rights statements. At our February 28th Library Commission meeting, Library Director Jancy Adelman expressed the Hayward Public Library's commitment to intellectual freedom through their endorsement of these 3 statements. At that meeting, as Director Adelman mentioned, the Library Commissioners unanimously affirmed our support for the statements as well and voted to form a subcommittee to draft a letter of support to the City Council, which was submitted to you all on March 29th. We are very appreciative of your response to our letter and of your support of the statements as well. The resolution that is before you this evening shows your commitment to ensuring that Hayward residents have the right to choose what they read and view and form their own opinions, and is a testament to your commitment to the First Amendment and to the enrichment of the lives of our residents. The mission of the Hayward Public Library reads in part, the Hayward Library is committed to providing materials and services that support each individual's right to know and that encourage the development of a lifelong interest in reading and learning. We thank you for supporting that mission and for all that you do for our community.
Thank you. We appreciate that, and we appreciate the Library Commission's bringing this to us, I think. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and, first ask if there are any council questions. Councilmember Marquez?
No, Mayor, I'll just make a motion once you're done with questions.
Okay, let me see if there are any, there are no questions that I can see either here in the room or on Zoom. From council members. So let me open public comment on this item and ask if there's anyone who would like to make a public comment. I'm not seeing anyone, and our Madam Clerk is shaking her head that there are no, and I'm not seeing any raised hands among attendees on Zoom. So I'll close public comments and go to Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move adoption of Resolution Attachment 2, as well as the 3 statements, Library Bill of Rights, Freedom to Read Statement, and freedom to view statement. And I just want to thank the commissioners for their diligence. They have a great partnership with library staff. They always go above and beyond and form ad hoc committees. They've sent multiple letters to the council in the last couple of years. And I just really appreciate their advocacy and happy to support these statements. It's really upsetting to learn what happened. I believe it was a San Lorenzo library with the drag queen population reading to members of the public and being harassed and homophobic slurs being said to them. That's uncalled for. So when we make statements like this, it's making it clear to the public that we will not tolerate that type of discrimination in our community. So I'm happy to move these items. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a second here in the room. I was going to ask Councilmember Andrews, did you have your hand up?
Okay, if they want a second, I just wanted to make a comment after.
Okay, so the motion to approve the resolution and the three items that are attached, made by Councilmember Marquez, seconded by Councilmember Salinas. Councilmember Andrews.
I just wanted to thank the library and Ms. Patterson for coming out this evening, and Ms. Alderman for bringing this item to the council. It's very important for us to make a statement and make sure that we're proactive in these matters. And I appreciate you all taking the time to really look at what's happening here in our country. It is a very scary time. There's a dark underbelly here in this country that is coming out. And this is just one tool that they're using. So I appreciate you all taking a stand. And also, I send my condolences to the participants in that Drag Queen Story Hour. They are valuable members of our community and we appreciate them. They are artists, they are talented, they are valuable in every community. So I send my thoughts to that group. And I wanted to thank the library in general for being a great partner for just events, handing out technology, helping our schools, helping our community, and always being a valuable resource. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. And Councilmember Zermeño?
When I first became involved in the city of Hayward, I was appointed as library commissioner way back when, eons ago, probably in 1910. So Anika, beautiful, good words. Thank you very much. And let's keep supporting our library.
Yes, and I certainly will be supporting this motion. And it was interesting reading through all of this, and I noted that the Freedom to Read Act was passed in May of 1953. Now, I was actually alive in May of 1953, but I wasn't really too aware at that point in my life of what was going on. But I later learned in my history classes that, that was a very divisive era in our nation's history. It was the McCarthy era. Not the Eugene McCarthy that some of us remember, but what was his name? Joseph McCarthy was a senator who was actually just accusing a whole lot of people of being un-American and being communists, and he was doing this with the power of his Senate and his Senate committee, and it didn't end until another senator or a congressman said to him, "Have you no shame?" Because he was just maligning people right and left who are probably very patriotic Americans. We know that our Constitution gives us the right to have differing opinions and to express them. And this was an era in our history where something like this was needed. And the original Library Bill of Rights was approved in 1939, which was also a pretty, I would imagine I was not alive then, but it was a time leading up to World War II, and I'm sure there were a lot of, political differences here, certainly about the United States' role in that upcoming World War. And then I'm not sure what was happening in 1990 when the Freedom to View Act was passing, but I do think that there are times, and I do think that this is one of them, where we really have to stand up for these rights and really stand up for our Constitution and our right to read, to speak, to believe what we want as long as we're not interfering with someone else's rights to do those very things. And that is what America is about. And it's really a shame that we have to do these things every once in a while to reaffirm those feelings, but this apparently is one of those times. So I do very much appreciate the Library Commission and our library staff for bringing this to us, and I will be supporting the motion. And with that, I'm going to ask our city clerk to please call the roll for this motion that was made by our liaison to our Library Commission, I believe, right, is Councilmember Marquez, and seconded by Councilmember Zermeño. I mean, sorry, Councilmember Salinas, right? Yes, sorry,
Yes,
got that right.
that's correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin. Aye. Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. And thank you all for bringing this, and thank you to the library and the Library Commission and the staff and all of the volunteers who do just tremendous work there. Our library is open again for business, so go visit and check something out. So with that, we will move on to our action items this evening, starting with our consent calendar, which comprises items 3 through 15. Is there anyone who would like to pull anything off of the consent calendar? Or Councilmember Lamnin, did you want to make a
So I don't want to pull anything off, but I do want to make sure that when we have the motion, which I'm happy to make if need be, that we have amendments, that item 3 and item 6 are as amended.
Yes, we did receive some information today about both of those items. You should have all received that, amending what was in the staff report. So yes, any motion should include that information that was sent out today. So do we have I'm not seeing any other hands raised. Any member of the public is welcome to raise, to ask to comment on any of these. Not seeing that happen. So I have not got a motion yet to approve the consent calendar.
Move as amended.
Okay, Councilmember Lamnin moves the consent calendar items 3 through 15 as amended. Councilmember Zermeño seconds the motion. Any comments? Any public comments? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin. Aye. Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Aye.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Zermeño.
Sí.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Okay, moving right along now to item 16, I believe, on our agenda this evening. This is a work session regarding police department dash cameras. We will be reviewing a proposed Hayward Police Department capital improvement project regarding the purchase of Axon Fleet vehicle dash cameras with automatic license plate reading technology. And we will hear from our police chief, Chief Chaplin, on this item. Please go ahead.
Good evening, members of the City Council, Madam Mayor. Tonight, Captain Deplich will present our fleet's proposal for dash cameras. I think this is in line with our transparency and risk management that we've discussed since I've onboarded with the Hayward Police Department. And the cameras will aid in investigations involving the use of vehicles, which most crimes nowadays are utilizing people being mobile and transporting themselves via vehicles. And the LPR technology that accompanies this, the camera system, will greatly aid in the apprehension of folks committing crimes in our city. I have toured Hayward, and most of the folks believe we already have them. We had a couple, but the technology is nowhere near where it is now. And as you will see, this new system is way more robust with an interior camera that will allow a look inside the PD Cruiser. In addition to Captain Deplich, Lieutenant Dorn, who's seated to my right, who I think will do the actual presentation. There's also our IT manager, Adam Kosterzak, and Nathaniel from IT, as well as 2 representatives from Axon. Together, I hope they can answer any questions that you might have. And with that, I will turn it over to our presenters.
Thank you, Chief Chaplain, and good evening, Mayor and Council. Like Chief Chaplain stated, we are here to discuss a capital improvement project that the Hayward Police Department has been working on for the past 3 years. So what I'm going to do is provide a little background of the project, some of our current capabilities regarding video technology, and then I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Dorn, and he's going to discuss kind of the nuts and bolts of the capabilities of the Axon fleet cameras. And then I'll bring it back with some of the community outreach we've done and some the financial impact on the city. So with that, again, as Chief Chaplain stated, the purpose of this project is to broaden the transparency. You know, we initiated our body-worn camera project in 2015, and I think everyone's very aware of contemporary law enforcement, and the expectation is that law enforcement in our profession, that we wear those. Senior Sergeant Olthoff back there, he has a body-worn camera on his chest, and that is our current model through Axon, and that's pretty much the typical location that officers wear that. And I think we'll all agree that the capabilities of those cameras to, again, improve transparency, to increase our investigative capabilities, to capture evidence, are just invaluable. However, the BWCs, and I'm using BWC as to shorten it up, is they have their limitations. I think members of your council, we've seen some past critical incidents in our community briefings where these incidents are dynamic in nature. They're very stressful, and because of human error and stress, they don't get turned on. They get turned on late. Sometimes the placement of the camera, depending on the situation, it doesn't capture the incident in its entirety. So back in 2019, after a few critical incidents that were officer-involved shootings, we dissected those incidents, and as Chief Chaplain stated too, the majority of those type of incidents typically happen in front of or in close proximity of the patrol officers' vehicles. And again, I think everyone has seen some of the community briefings with those incidents, and sometimes you don't see the whole thing. So we started looking at technology of how can we improve transparency and have just another lens to look at in those types of incidents. And so that's where the discussion began, and we started researching this. So I'm going to switch gears into the camera and just kind of give a higher overview of the camera. And again, Lieutenant Dorn's going to get into specifics. But if you think about the camera, it's a dual-purpose camera. It's basically, just as the body-worn camera is on an officer, this is a car-worn camera. It's mounted inside the vehicle. One camera is capturing video that is initiated by triggering events that we can control, such as if an officer is responding to an emergency call. They turn their lights and siren on, or just their lights, that camera is now activated. If their vehicle hits certain speeds, the camera is activated. There's different factors that we can control to initiate that camera. The camera captures a wide, probably about a 270 degree, maybe 180 degree view in front of the patrol car, and then when the officer turns it off or the scene is secure, they can turn that off. So that's just one side of it. Very similar if you, again, think of just a BWC, so that's what it is. It's just mounted in the camera. So let's switch gears and talk about the automated license plate reader technology, or ALPR. I'm going to refer to it as ALPR. Back to some background. The Hayward Police Department, we've been utilizing ALPR technology since 2014. Back when this started, we had equipment through Motorola, And it was 4 cameras mounted on 2 patrol vehicles. We utilized one in the south end of the city and one in the north end of the city. On average, those cameras captured about 1 million license plates reads a year. As Chief Chaplain mentioned, as technology had improved and just through the course of its effectiveness, those cameras are no longer functional. Actually, we do not have those cameras function on our cars anymore. But so moving forward to ALPR technology on the Axon cameras. So the second half of that camera is has ALPR. What it is, when the vehicles are traveling through the city, it's capturing license plates. Just the license plate. It does not capture the color. We can't even see the color of the vehicle. It does not capture who's driving it. So it's just, again, the license plate of the vehicle. That license plate is stored in the exact same platform as our BWC storage platform, which is evidence.com. Each officer has an account. It's secured, and again, our Axon rep can discuss the security measures that they have established. But the only time that the plate, we call it a hot sheet. If, let me give you an example. If there was a child abduction, and we've seen it, we get alerts on our phones, child's been abducted from such and such town, they're in this type of vehicle, here's the license plate. So if that vehicle was to pass through our city in a patrol vehicle, capture that, drove by it, we would get an alert. It's called a hot sheet, or it's a license plate that's been put in a criminal data bank throughout the country. And that's when we would get an alert. Other type of alerts are vehicles that have been used in violent crimes, stolen vehicles, again, missing persons, sex registered information, those type of crimes and are associated with the hot sheet. Absent that, the license plate is just stored in our same platform for up 1 year. Same as our BWC policy. It's in our policy right now. I think it's important to note, beyond just the capturing of the license plate, there is, unless an officer, a dispatcher, or someone who has been granted the authority to take a step further and check that license plate, it just sits in our data bank. It would sit in the cloud, and then after a year, it would be deleted. So that is it. The background. I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Dorn again, kind of show you some examples of what it looks like as it's being used. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Staff present, and community members present and online. I'm going to give you a general overview of what the system is made up of, so you can have an understanding of its capabilities as we push forward into this project. The system is made up of a frontward-facing camera, which is a dual-purpose camera, which captures both video and license plate information. The system has a router that's based inside the vehicle where it stores the information, and the information, both video and license plate information, is uploaded via a secure link to our cloud-based storage system, which Captain Deplich mentioned is what we are currently using for all of our Axon body camera footage. This is a picture of the rear transport area of our patrol vehicles. There is a camera that is mounted that is facing that area, which captures all activities there. It has an infrared capability, so even during hours of darkness, you'd be able to monitor any activities that take place there. This serves multiple purposes. One, individuals that are in custody that try to discard objects in the rear of patrol vehicles is fairly common. That would capture that event. And it also captures the interaction between the officer and the individual that is in custody as they're transported either to jail or to Santa Rita Jail. I apologize, but this slide is not coming up, and it's unfortunate because it shows the clarity of the video footage that gets captured. It captures in very clear fashion, both in daylight and in hours of darkness. It's 160-degree view forward-facing for our video footage, and a 60-degree capture front-facing view for the license plate reader information. Once again, I apologize that is not that's not functioning currently right now. It has the capabilities of capturing 3 lanes of traffic forward-facing. So if an officer is driving down a 3-lane highway, it will capture all the license plates that it passes with that width of view. It goes out 50 feet away from the patrol vehicle during its captures. And it doesn't look like this is going to come up either, as luck would have it. It was a short video. Oh, okay.
Could you give us 2 seconds while we try to load the actual presentation and not the PDF version so that you guys can see the videos and the pictures? Give us a couple seconds. Apologize.
Thank you for your help. Okay, hopefully these videos do play because it does show the quality of the video that this camera system does capture from the front. It also shows you how wide of an angle and area that it does cover as well. The second video is captured at evening hours. You can see what it looks like during the hours of darkness. Once again, the rear interior camera. This is a view of the dashboard system. So this is how the camera system's operated in 2 different ways. There's an ability to begin recordings by using this dashboard view, which appears on our mobile computers inside of our patrol vehicle. So it has the 2 frontal views, one magnified and one not, as well as a video of the rear compartment. And then as you see that BWC, the bottom right is our body-worn cameras. And that shows that it is paired up with that particular officer's body-worn camera. So if an activation occurs, as Captain Deflich mentioned on one of the triggering events, which could be our lights and siren, there's up to 10 triggering events that we can put in there. Collisions, triggering at a certain speed. It's very adaptable to our needs as far as that. And if it's linked up at the beginning of the shift with the officer's body-worn cameras, once that system is activated, the Fleet 3 dash cam, your body-worn camera is automatically activated as well. Once again, reads out 50 feet in front, 3 lanes of coverage. And this is a short video that kind of shows the capture rate of the system as a vehicle moves down the roadway. You can see the picture that it's capturing is solely of the plate itself, the alphanumeric of the license plate. Once again, it's configurable with multiple alerts to our standards, which we choose. Our retention period, as Captain Deplich mentioned, per policy is currently 365 days, 1 year. And the hot list is the system that Captain Deplich spoke with, where we get real-time alerts within 1 second of a read of a plate, real-time alerts of any plate that is associated with the criminal activity and has been input into the system, any missing person information that's been input into the system, stolen vehicles, lost plates to vehicles, real-time alerts that are activated that have to be confirmed with the officer prior to taking any action on that vehicle. So if an alert does occur, there's a secondary confirmation where the officer will run the plate after they observe it, not on the computer system, but in real person, to confirm that the information in the system is correct and that they can take appropriate action so there is no misguided action taken. And this is what that alert looks like. As you can see, there's a confirm and an incorrect button next to it, and then we would utilize our dispatch system to confirm the associated want for that particular license plate. We have two representatives. Before I turn it back over to Captain Deplich, we have two representatives from Axon that are online with us to aid us in answering any questions that you may have. Jason South, he's the senior sales engineer for Axon. And we have Stephen Flowers, who's a program manager and can speak to cloud trust and security of this system. Thank you.
Is that,
I will carry on and then turn it over for questions. Far as community engagement, on April 11th, we brought this proposal and had a discussion with the Chiefs Advisory Panel. There was overall support from the panel. However, there were two areas of concern that we had discussion about, and then the Axon rep is going to discuss the security, and it dealt with security and also the sharing of data. And then on April 27th, we brought this item to the Council Infrastructure Committee, and again, we had a discussion, and there was some discussion about the ACLU's position on ALPR technology, and I have that one of their position papers here. And then Councilmember Andrews also guided me to another publication from ACLU about the dawn of robotic surveillance that I read and compared it to our current policy and what this proposal is, the project's looking to accomplish. So regarding the sharing of data is just like it is with our BWC, the Hayward Police Department, we get to select who that data is shared with, and it's only shared with other law enforcement agencies in the state. We do not share it with private sector. I know there is some concern a while back there with, and Richmond Police Department was in the news, and I think it's been 3 or 4 years ago, regarding the vigilant system and that information being shared with ICE and for deportation. We do not share that, and actually there is a law, and it's in our policy, that does not allow us to do that. And let me just find that real quick. Where Oh, yes. Axon does not grant access to unauthorized third parties pursuant to California Government Code, Section 3, Chapter 1725. Federal, state, or local enforcement agencies shall not use any non-criminal history information contained within the database for immigration enforcement purposes. So that is part of, that is law, and so that information would not be shared with us. Similar to our past practice, if other law enforcement agencies, we have MOUs within the city agencies for information sharing. But similar to our BWC is if another agency was investigating a crime, they would contact us. They would have to have legitimate purposes for us to release that data. Additionally, I sent out emails to both the Hayward Concerned Citizens Group and the Hayward Community Coalition. I did receive a response back from the Hayward Concerned Citizens by a member by the name of TJ, and I think Council, I believe you were CC'd on that, and they, that person showed support for the project and the need for that within the city. And also, I have not received any response back from the Hayward Community Coalition. Fast forward more. So the ACLU position, in this report, they outlined 5 principles that they call for law enforcement agencies' policies adhering to the following principles. And the first one is license plate readers must be used by law enforcement only. I think we just talked about that. It's in our policy that's what we do, and that is our practice. Number 2, the government must not store data about innocent people. Again, the data is, other than used in a criminal, attached to a criminal event, the data is not attached to a person. It's a license plate. So until a law enforcement officer, again, someone in the comm center who has legal authority runs that license plate, we don't know who it belongs to, none of that identifying information. So number 3, people should be able to find out the plate data of vehicles registered to them. I'm not quite clear. I'm just going to, my interpretation and is, anytime we register a vehicle in the state of California, when a law enforcement agency runs that plate, it's going to tell us, it tells us who owns it, where it's registered to. So I think that data is kind of inherent in the DMV records. And then number 4, 8 law enforcement agencies should not share license plate reader data. Again, we do not do that unless it's for legitimate law enforcement purposes. And then number 5, any entity that uses license plate readers should require a report. We have, per policy, we have audits in system, an audit in place by both DOJ and internally, and that we'd be happy to report whether it's on a yearly or quarterly, just how many license plate hits we've encountered, and then some success stories out of those, what the hits involved. So if we go to financial impact. So here is the 5-year contract with Axon. It's the numbers there is $157,103 per year for a total of $785,516. And again, back in fiscal year 2020, we requested the money that was the first year, so that has been approved and it's been carried over each year in our CIP budget. And then moving forward, we'd be requesting the additional years through a CIP budget to finish it out. And unfortunately, even if it's approved, that we're looking at about an 18-month implementation because of supply chain issues. And with that, I believe that's all we have in our presentation. Chief, did you want to add anything?
As I said in the opening, I think it's valuable technology, and I think it's some of the least intrusive technology in the sense that it's grabbing the plates and nobody's looking at them unless there's an actual hit for a crime, stolen car, wanted vehicle for whatever reason. And, I always go back to Michaela Garrett case and had somebody taking a cell phone and got a plate it would allow our units driving around the city to capture this information and find out, where the car happened to be, or if the car was moving through many lanes of traffic. This thing can obviously see many lanes of traffic and many places that the human eye just can't detect. So oftentimes we might drive right by the folks we're looking for, and increase the ability to save a life. I think it's valuable technology, and again, I think it's least intrusive. And with Thai policy, I think this could really serve the community in Hayward.
Okay, thank you. So this is a work session item, so I'm first going to go to public comment, and we do have one member of the public attending on Zoom requesting to speak, Jesse Gunn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm trying out something new with Bluetooth, so I was a little concerned. My name is Jesse Gunn. I'm a member of HECOCO. I'm not speaking out either for or against this particular use of dash cams. And as usual, while I personally do appreciate the emails providing information to HECOCO, I think it's important to note that when you don't see a response back, it's important to realize that we do have some members that have experienced some serious life-changing trauma at the hands of police. So I hope you don't blame us for choosing to make our response to the council itself rather than directly to the police. That's not an official HECOCO message, just my own perspective that I hope you keep in mind when you see things like no response received. We're hearing a lot about transparency, so I just want to point out that I didn't hear anything about independent oversight or ways to file complaints or investigate incidents on these dash cams that don't involve going through HPD. If they are for increased transparency and accountability, where is it? Because if it's going through HPD's reporting system and ultimately the police are the ones investigating that complaint, then it's not enough. You mentioned some of the limitations with and the drawbacks of body-worn cameras, which I do agree with myself. I've had similar frustrations about these limitations. But one of the biggest ones is that this body-worn cameras, which it's ultimately who's looking at these images, this video, and who's investigating the footage. What we have right now, well, the law requires the police to publish this and make things like body cams and dash cam video public when there's an incident. And it's already been published in the media that HPD hires a public relations firm to create professional video packages designed to put the police in the favorable light. Not only is this not cost effective in the era of tight budgets, but if it's again a conflict of interest, we need an independent civilian oversight body, or these dash cams are just going to be as ineffective for transparency as the current body cameras that we have are. So this seems like an apt time to mention that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And next we have Claire Dugan.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So I'm just calling in support of both of these technologies for the HPD. As a resident of 40 plus years, I want to be able to move around the city of Hayward more safely. And the more technology the police have, the safer the streets are. So that's for both the dash cams and the license plate readers. Police need all the good technology they can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Teresa R.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm in favor of the dash cameras as proposed. And I am also with Hayward Concerned Citizens. So the main reason, of course, for updated technology for the dash cameras is not only to give the police department support, but as you know, we're living in a time of litigation. And what the dash camera footage provides is actual occurrence of the incident and what happened, especially if there is a shooting involved, or if there is a weapon that is presented to an officer. You know, sometimes people will try to film what's going on their phones, but it's at an angle that is not truly representative of what's going on at the scene. And the more footage that we have from cameras, the better, because if it comes down to a situation where the person who is accused of a crime or pulled over ends up suing the city of Hayward for whatever reason, or if there's a shooting, God forbid, that happens, we need the full story. And having that dash camera footage is invaluable in order not only to protect the police department, but to protect the city council and our budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have TJ.
Good evening, council members. I'm TJ with Hayward Concerned Citizens. I know that you're already aware that I'm in full support of our police getting the authorization for purchase and use of dash cameras and license plate readers. This will be a game changer in maintaining transparency and accountability while recording traffic stops and vehicle pursuits, recovering stolen vehicles, and documenting interactions between police and community. Having this equipment in place may ultimately aid the city in decreasing the frequent litigation and cash settlements that suspects of wrongdoing have brought against the city of Hayward, as my colleague Teresa had mentioned. And any reservations council may still have, I can resolve very easily for you. Rewind back to January 25th of this year when drones were discussed and approved. Those in opposition may again bring up the same privacy concerns, cost concerns, policy concerns, but the bottom line is Hayward needs to continue moving forward with the technology to best respond to the needs of our community like every other Bay Area city. Vallejo Police, in fact, just got their dash cams approved a month ago. Regular citizens have dash cameras available to them, and it's a good thing because in the news 2 weeks ago, a San Jose resident ended up recording a home invasion robbery in progress as she pulled into her own driveway. She collaborated with police to find the suspects. Our mayor even stated back in January that cameras are everywhere and that privacy is a thing of the past. None of us has total privacy anymore. So please continue to give your residents the assurance that you as city leaders take safety seriously and approve this item tonight. I want to dedicate my comments in memory of Hayward Police Sergeant Scott Lunger, who was shot in the head during a traffic stop in July 2015. Sadly, there were no sophisticated dash cams then. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Suzanne.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, that just made me cry. But hi, council members and mayor. I'm asking for the council's full support of HPD's use of dash cams and license plate readers. As an FYI, dash cams are used extensively by the general public, and these can be purchased at Costco, Best Buy. One of the major names is Garmin. You'll see motorcyclists with cameras mounted on their helmets. These cameras go right in the dash of your car. I got a response from one of the council members asking if I was talking about backup cameras on a car, but no, these are actual cameras that can record everything that's going on. And I just think that this is a very important tool for HPD and that they should be allowed to use this tool for apprehension, as well as transparency and to help with litigation. So I'm just really asking for council's members' support to let HPD use these safety tools. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Tom Ferreira.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Hello, City Council members. I'm a Hayward concerned citizen and also a Hayward City Council candidate. I also want to show my support for Hayward Police and place a high priority, always placed a high priority on public safety in our city. I'm speaking to you, each of you tonight, asking for your approval to purchase dash cameras with automatic license plate reading technology and support our police safety equipment / military, as they call it, use of policy 706. I recognize that professions have their own set of skills, standards, training, and tools to perform their job safely and efficiently, and our police are no different in that regard. My community and I want to make sure our police have all the safety equipment at their disposal when a critical situation calls for it. All the items in the police department and equipment inventory are not new equipment, and the cost saving of lives is greater than that of replacing any items that may become outdated in the line of duty. Some say, why, if we're not using an item, why keep it? It's kind of the same with when we're driving around. Someone never gets in an auto accident, but we always have insurance. We always pay the insurance. It's the right thing to do, and just in case something happens. As we have seen a significant rise recently in criminal activity where criminals have been used assault weapons in incidents such as school and church shootings, our police need appropriate equipment at the right time to protect themselves and reduce the risk of mass casualties. Additionally, the proposed dash cameras for the HPD patrol vehicles will serve as another helpful tool to document the critical events, aid in investigations, preserve transparency when responding to calls in Hayward. The license plate reading technology will also assist in locating stolen vehicles quickly and even help to prevent criminal activity from happening in our city. I have the utmost trust that our Hayward police will use this safety equipment for the purposes intended and believe that your approval for these agenda items will increase public safety in Hayward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm not seeing any other hands raised among members of the public. Madam City Clerk, you're not aware of anyone else?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to close public comment and move to council, and I'll go to Councilmember Marquez.
Councilmember Andrews, did you want to speak first?
I'm sorry,
she had her hand.
She did have her hand up first, but yours.
Yeah, I got disconnected, so
okay.
Well, back of the queue.
Well, then you go ahead, Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you.
Okay,
appreciate it, Councilmember Marquez. Thank you for flagging that. Thank you for your presentation. I want to thank both Hayward Concerned Citizens and Hey Coco for calling in tonight. And this is a work session, so I can make some comments, right? This item, right?
Yes, we won't be taking a vote on this tonight, just comments.
Okay, yes, so I appreciate the slide about the community engagement that happened for this item. And I heard Mr. Gunn's comments, and I know that the police department, they definitely wanted to do some outreach and reached out for recommendations on how to reach out to a cross-section of folks. And if there is a better way to communicate to Hey Coco, they did it in similar fashion as Hayward Concerned Citizens. Please let us know. If people are uncomfortable responding to email, they can forward it to someone else. But we do need to figure out a way to communicate where we can kind of work out some of these kinks before it gets to the dais. So if there's a better way to communicate, please let us know. As far as the oversight, can we talk a little bit more about how the CAP is involved in making this decision and how they will be involved moving forward?
I think one of the major factors would be what the reporting mechanism would look like. One of the things that came out when we were going to do our reports is with a lot of the new technology, before the report is out, we would engage the CAP with the information from the report, specifically a report out about about the LPR technology and how it was used in the in-dash cameras, any success stories, any failures, any issues that it resolved. So we could obviously report out to the CAP prior to coming to the council with our quarterly updates from our quarterly reports that we agreed to over a year ago through the city manager's plan.
Okay, great. So to the community, I understand this is not an oversight board in the way you all defined it, but we do have this tool here, this mechanism here in the interim, and I think it would be good to see the reports when they come out, and when they're released, we can release to the community so it can be transparent. But I think that is a way of having the community involved in reviewing these reports. And then as far as, are there any times where you imagine that these cameras will go off, as we've seen with body worn cameras? As you mentioned in your presentation, they're not on all the time. The situation can escalate, or officer just doesn't turn it on for whatever reason. Is there any reason why they should be turning off dash cams, or would?
You said, is there any reason why they should be turning them off?
Or would they? Or is there, besides maybe maintenance, is there any reason that dash cams would not be able to capture situations from the view of the dash cam?
I'll let Captain Deblich take that when he looks ready.
Yeah, if I understand you right, so the cameras, the recording is not on until one of those triggering factors are implemented, i.e., let's say the police vehicle travels over 80 miles an hour, or the lights and siren are turned on. Well, once those stop, then the recording would cease. So again, for instance, if the officer believes that the contact, the situation has stabilized and no further recording would be of evidentiary value, then the officer may turn it off. They can cease recording when encountering or interviewing a victim who is in vulnerable position. They can stop recording when interviewing a subject who does not want to be video recorded and the officer feels obtaining the information or statement exceeds the importance of the video evidence. So those would be, again, those would be factors where the recording would be ceased. But again, in normal daily driving around the city, unless those initiating factors are present, then it's not recording. It's recording license plates, but not just general public as we drive around. If I answer your question correctly.
And to further answer it, a bigger piece is when you look at law enforcement deaths over the last 3 years, and they've surged last year, a lot of times the officers are being ambushed on traffic stops and when they're pulling up to scenes. So as they pull up to scenes and these cameras are activated, it will give us a unique look at what we may not be able to see through their body cameras without them physically touching and tapping and turning on the body camera. The other piece is, routinely you hear complaints from custodies that something happened to me either being placed in the car or in the back seat of the car. So with this interior video that shows you to one of the members of the community's statements earlier, which really struck a chord, you can see the rear compartment where the custody is seated the entire time they're back there. So having these things in the triggering events activate them for us, it may be the only voice for an officer who is unfortunately killed in the line of duty, in a situation similar to the one that happened with Sergeant Lunger, where you get that view even if they're not able to activate the camera. And as Captain Deblich said in his opening, with adrenaline flowing and things happening immediately, a threat presents itself quickly, the last thing on your mind is probably tapping your chest to activate that camera. It's more self-preservation at that point. We would still be able to have at least some view and audio of the scene at that particular time. And I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I would just say we could revisit it if there is a situation that comes up and suddenly the dash cams didn't capture what happened, that we revisit what happened. And whether that's through the infrastructure committee, through coming back to council, I want to make sure that this doesn't turn into another situation where body cameras aren't being used for evidence because, the issues that happen with having body worn cameras. So if we could just revisit some lessons learned, maybe if something happens again and the dash cam didn't capture, figure out what happened. I think that would be helpful and maybe something you can review with the CAP.
And that's a great point. With all of these policies, they're living documents, and as we go down the road, there are things going to change. I mean, today's technology may not be applicable to tomorrow's issues. So as we learn, and that's the purpose of the CAP, is to advise and to put us in touch with some of the things we may not be aware of in the community. So it's a great point. Thank you.
All right, and thank you for including information from the ACLU, and then also wanted to connect a little bit more about the paper license plate. As you know, we're working on some advocacy there, but what happens if the camera captures a paper license plate and it doesn't fit the description of the car? Does it just flash red, or how does that work?
The paper license plates that are issued by the Department of Motor Vehicles, if it's a legitimate plate, it will come back with information regarding the registered owner of that vehicle. I think what you're speaking to, and probably aware of the issue with those plates, are they're fraudulently created in times,
right?
When they'll come back to nothing. In that instance, it'll capture the image of the plate, but won't record any bio information because there's none to associate with that fraudulent plate.
Okay.
That's the bad news. The good news is if someone were to capture it and we were able to enter it, theoretically, the LPR technology would hit it because it's now entered as a felony plate, kind of like what happened in San Jose at Valley Fair Mall when they saw the paper-plated cars. And I know Councilmember Andrews, this is something near and dear to you with the human trafficking aspect of this thing and the child abductions. I mean, the application of this is obvious, and it's not something that we're driving around looking at who's driving cars and it's telling us a lot of information. The only time, again, that this is relevant is if that plate is in the system as a vehicle that's got a want for it, or there's a missing person associated with the vehicle, in which case, if everything's okay, we can stop the vehicle, clear the person out of missing person, maybe it's a mix-up, but either way, we'll know quickly what's going on with that vehicle if it's in the system for a criminal reason.
Okay. Councilmember Andrews, is that it? I'm not hearing her. Councilmember Andrews, were you finished?
I think she might have frozen, Mayor.
Yeah, I think she might have dropped off, Mayor. If she reconnects, we can go.
All
back
right,
to
we're going to go on to, we're going to go back to the chambers here and go to Councilmember Zermano.
Mayor, Councilmember Andrews is back.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Zermano, did you take your hand down? I know you, did you? Okay, all right, we'll go to you. Did she come back? No.
I'm back.
There,
that was my last question. I know that the chief was finishing up, so if he wants to finish up.
Did you not hear him?
My internet shut down again. I'm back.
Could you?
Just,
I think
heard
basically what? Yeah, we're gonna.
It's on video, so if Councilmember, this is a work session. If Councilmember Andrews wants to go just watch
or follow
that
up with
response,
him later
exactly.
Okay, so we'll go to Councilmember Zermano.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, police officers over there for the report. Very good, very thorough. A couple of questions first. 18 months, really? Really?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a product of COVID for them as well, that they're backlogged to the point where it would be 12 to 18 months before they could, upon purchase, have these cameras installed.
Amazing. Okay, so I need to understand this. So the camera is on all the time reading license plates, right? But the camera is not on until, for some reason, something happens and triggers it. All right. So
it's either a triggering event or the officer can manually activate it as well.
Okay. So let's say Officer so-and-so is stopped at Hesperian and Tennyson and at the red light, and somebody zips by at 55 miles per hour. If the camera were on, he would have a record of this person zooming by that intersection at 55 miles per hour. That proof would stop the he said, she said syndrome. So in my mind, it's not logical to not have the camera on all the time. So can you explain to me why that's not the case?
The cameras have a 30-second buffer, so when you activate it, it actually rewinds and captures 30 seconds prior to your activation. It just doesn't include any audio source. So you would capture the actual video portion of it 30 seconds prior to the activation. So in that event, if the officer did see a car speed by and wanted to capture it in video, by activating his camera, it would rewind back to 30 seconds and then begin its recording. Once again, with the first 30 seconds not including any audio.
And I think the council members have all seen that when you review the body cam footage when it's silent for that period of time, and then suddenly the audio kicks in. This is identical, except it's mounted in the car.
Okay, all right. So it does have a purpose, like a third eye. So the police officer is sitting there and somebody runs into the squad car. Somehow or other, the camera would have caught that 30 seconds prior. Okay, so that's one concern list. Okay, all right, so I guess it works. Let's see, some residents do have a dash cam in their cars. Is that something that you recommend for residents to have a dash cam?
I will say this, they've come in handy for bicyclists being run off the road. There's a lot of motorcycles. You almost rarely see motorcyclists now without them.
Yeah.
I mean, it's become a thing where, to your point, Councilmember Zmanio, people are trying to eliminate the he say, she say. And so a lot of folks have them. It's kind of like the Ring cameras. And we live in that society right now, as one of the community members said earlier, where everybody has them at this point.
Okay.
And for us, I think it's a huge accountability piece. If there is an issue and there's a complaint pushed down, and we receive them sometimes through this body, through the city council members in the mayor's office, it'll also give us another lens to look at these complaints through. If the body camera didn't catch everything, the body cameras are fine, but mounted, as we used as the example earlier, on the sergeant's chest, it may not give you every single angle. This is just another angle. You know, we always hunt for video footage around the area, and this will help us get one more angle. As you know, most of the Teslas now have the cameras built in around them, and they're recording constantly. So this is just one more step in the evolution of us being able to implement that accountability piece for our people, and also protect our folks. Like I said earlier, in cases where things happen and unfold so quickly as they're stepping out of a vehicle, that we capture those events.
Okay. Will only squad cars be outfitted with the dash camera? I have seen some of you in unmarked squad cars, and we also have. So are we considering also dash cam cameras for non-identifiable police officer vehicles?
The proposals for 53 cameras that would outfit our marked police cars, and then also some of our, we refer to them as semi-marked, or our special duty unit uses the all-black cars. They would have them in there.
Okay.
It's the vehicles that are primarily used out in patrol, whether it's maybe not just a patrol function, but they're out in the community driving around on a continual basis.
Okay.
The detectives' cars, because they're primarily just depends, are usually at the PD, so they wouldn't be outfitted with them. None of our command staff, because we're in meetings all the time. We don't have them either.
Okay. Question for you, Madam City Manager, because I really can't remember, and I visited many fire stations. Are fire trucks outfitted with a dash camera? I can't remember.
I don't believe they are.
Okay, so I think we ought to work on that. It's good to have our fire
Sorry,
trucks.
there was a flashing light up above.
It's a camera that's taking our photos.
Strobe lights in the council
Yeah,
chambers. We will. I can talk with the fire chief, to see, but I don't think that they have, as far as I've known, expressed an interest in having the dash cams, but it might be useful in certain circumstances.
We're speaking of safety not only for the residents but also for our officers. And I think it'd be good to also have speak about
I
safety
can
for our
talk to the
police,
fire
our
chief.
firefighters. Just a couple of comments. It's a good idea. I think it's time that we did this. You see social media, everybody has a dash cam, all the police officers, the sheriffs, et cetera, so that's good. I like the fact that it increases solving of crimes. That's very, very important for public safety. I agree that ACLU inclusion of their positions is good. I don't understand why ACLU says should. They should say must or have to, but should. But that's up to them. Let's see. I like the fact that this is not going to be given to a couple of folks who want to get rid of some of the residents in the United States and send them back to wherever they came from. That's extremely important to me as an immigrant myself. I don't want to go back to Mexico. I'll go back when I want to. So that's very, very important. And aside from that, we're not doing a vote today, correct? We're just, right. All right. Okay, and when does this come back for a vote? Do we know?
I think we'll wait to hear the feedback from council, and then depending on if it feels positive, we can bring it back on consent for approval in the near term.
And eventually let's work on some kind of report to City Council, whether it's an annual or semi-annual report. How's it doing? Is it helping out? Some kind of a metric system. There are so many cases, and it helped us then.
And we can, I know the police department, we're now doing sort of biannual reports to the council, so we can include statistics on the use of these dash cams.
That would be sufficient, I think.
All right.
Just remember, we'll likely be in 2024 when you get those reports.
Very good. And be safe, please.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go back to Councilmember Marquez now.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to thank the police department for their emphasis and efforts in community outreach. I want to thank my colleagues that sit on the Council Infrastructure Committee with myself, Councilmember Andrews and Councilmember Salinas. Our recommendation was to bring this back as a work session because I think all of us collectively agree about the importance of transparency and allowing the public more opportunity to weigh in on these issues. Just want to encourage the public, all items related to capital improvement infrastructure, these equipment items that we're reviewing specifically with the police department does come under the purview of the Council Infrastructure Committee. So I would encourage all of you that care about these topics to request from our city clerk to receive notification when we have those meetings. It's your opportunity to weigh in far before it comes to council. Also, I want to echo the comments that Councilmember Andrews made with respect to how groups would like to be outreached to. Please notify us. We are working really, really hard to improve our relationship with the community and really want to get your thoughts and views as early as possible. And I am sitting in my patio and you're probably going to hear lots of fireworks. That was the first one of tonight. So let's see how many more we hear, and dogs and all the other fun, exciting things you hear over here in South Hayward. But I wanted to ask the city manager last year when we made recommendations and approved the pilot projects for police reform. There were multiple initiatives that were approved. I know there's timelines for those projects, but one of the recommendations was to bring back a system to receive complaints that's outside of the police department. Can you please give us the status of that? I know Mr. Gunn had raised some concerns around filing complaints. So whoever has that information, can they please provide us with?
Yeah, and we're also, that question was raised for the next item on the agenda with respect to the military equipment. That having a complaint liaison sort of outside of the police department was one of the policy innovation projects. It was kind of put as a lower priority given staff resources. We've also had the staff member who was sort of leading that project left to take a job with another agency. So we are working to fill her position, and once that position gets filled, we will begin work on that project in earnest. I anticipate coming back to the council this fall with some options items and recommendations. I do want to highlight that any member of the public can come to the city manager's office, any city council member, our human resources department, the city attorney's office, and file a complaint. They do not need to go to the police department. Obviously, the police department will investigate given their current protocol for internal affairs, but the initial complaint can be taken by someone else outside of the police department in the city organization.
Okay, great. And then I'm just going to recap. So my understanding is this request, even though it's a work session, but it's recommending to come back to fit all patrol vehicles with the dash cam as well as a license plate reader. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is the recommendation.
Okay, and then help me understand, I've heard different comments with respect to the camera usage. A police officer can request activation, and then there was a couple events that have to occur for it to automatically turn on. Can you please just recap what those events are?
We can choose what events they are. It's done through the electronic systems in the vehicles. So, for instance, when your lights and siren go on, that could be a triggering event. Releasing either a less lethal or a lethal weapon from the vehicle could be a triggering event. A certain speed limit reach could be a triggering event. We can have up to 10 of them. So we can customize which ones are best suited for us and would make the system work most adequate.
Okay, does staff have a recommendation at this time, or will that come back when we adopt this?
The recommendation would definitely be the ones just mentioned by the lieutenant, the activation of the light bar. Obviously, you're responding at a high rate of speed to a call, or you're pulling somebody over. The removal of the weapons from the vehicle, the less lethal, or the patrol rifle. Those are great events to use to get it. These are the things we want to take a look at. These, quite frankly, are the pain points for the community, and these are the things we want to get a second view of from this dash camera. And the good thing about it is it's customizable. So as we stumble on things that we didn't conceive in this period or this phase, through issues or having conversations with members of the community through CAP, we could add events to this, and which is why I like it as scalable.
Does that have to change anything with our contract with Exxon, or is that something we could just do independent of?
It's up to 10 events, so I don't think we're paying more for, if I'm not mistaken, we're not paying more for it. We can put the 10 in, and when we exceed that, I don't know what that looks like, but the 10 triggering events, I don't know how many events we could program into this thing that, like I said, right off the bat, the ones that are pain points, the ones that we've dealt with, and quite frankly have been part of the community conversations for the last half decade plus, are the ones that immediately we would deploy with this technology.
Okay, and then I know staff did speak to, we do not share information with ICE. That's one of our standing policies.
Absolutely.
Okay, and are we aware of any data breach with this company?
If it did, it would have affected our body cameras as well, because that's who we have the contract through for our body worn cameras that we've had for many years. And to date, I'm not aware of any breaches.
Okay, and this footage is stored per our current policy up to 1 year?
Yes.
Okay. So I'll just give my feedback. I am generally in support of this because I do feel like we're going to be getting, I know it's not going to go into effect for almost 2 years, but we are going to be getting updates from the police department. By that time, we will have a more thorough complaint system set up. You heard all the options from the city manager. If there are any concerns, avenues to outreach to us. But I do feel like we need to address public safety. We need to provide more technology, but also with safeguards to ensure that the technology is not being abused. So I do feel confident that we'll be able to do these check-ins and make modifications as needed. Thank you all for your work on this, and to the community, please continue to engage with us, and we want to hear from you. So please respond and make yourselves available and reach out to us individually as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back here to Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. I just have actually one question, and I don't know if the if any of the police staff can answer this. I would rather ask City Attorney Lawson if he's available. Is he on?
I think City Attorney Lawson, yes, he is on, so you can ask a question. Yeah.
So I understand the difference between sharing information in cases with ICE, and I also understand circumstances where we absolutely will not share information with ICE, and I heard the police staff say that, and I agree with you, and I agree with your assessment. But I guess my question to the city attorney is...
Wait, let me just make sure. City Attorney Lawson, are you with us and hearing this question?
He has indicated Deputy City Attorney Amy Rothman will respond to the question. So she's...
Okay, all right, go ahead.
And it's Rothman?
Yes, Deputy City Attorney Amy Rothman.
Okay.
Yes,
so the
I'm
question
here.
I have very specifically is there a time, or will there be a time, that that the federal government can force us to share this data? Any kind of data that is not tied to criminal activity or criminal behavior.
And I'm sorry, I have animals fighting behind me. I'm at home. There's no predicting what laws are going to come out. The difference between federal and state law is clear on jurisdictional issues. So local government has certain jurisdictional. They have certain. The short answer would be no. I don't think that there's any way the federal government could come back and force a local government to release information that was compiled pursuant to a policy of non-disclosure. But that is something that we would have to look into if that did occur. And that's something that we could look further into at this time. If you wanted a more specific answer to that, we could go look up some case law on that issue if there is any.
So,
and Amy, and just to clarify why we have her, that's something that your office would vigorously fight
right.
if it ever came to that point. Am I correct?
Right. The policies that we have in front of us right now are being written in accordance with the state law and the federal law as it is currently. And that is the only thing that we can be held to at this time. Currently, these policies are in line with federal and state regulations. So, we would do everything in our ability to protect the privacy of the citizens of the city of Hayward, especially if that information is something that's captured under a policy that we, adopted and recommended. So, that's something the city attorney's office would vigorously, as the chief just stated, fight to defend if that did happen. Again, I don't think that would be likely. There are very clear checks and balances between what the federal government can do when it comes to state and local action. So, again, this is all kind of, a speculative what if situation.
Yeah.
California in general is also just a very big asylum state. So we would have a lot of local state support as well if that was an issue that did come into play in the future.
So my follow-up, and I want to thank the chief for making that last statement, and I appreciate that. So my follow-up would be, when this comes back to us, if we could have, without summarizing everything you just said, but I would like to have language in a resolution that comes back that specifically expresses this, and also includes that we would vigorously fight this, and that would be the one thing add. I appreciate the comments, the calls, and I appreciate the comments that my colleagues made before me. I think this kind of technology it's all around us. I had a question here about clarity, and it seems pretty clear, in terms of what you can see, how you can record. My only concern, and I don't want to get in the weeds in the technology of all this, but in 18 months, in 2 years, will the technology change, and will it be more expensive, And so I would just kind of keep your eye on that, and if the CIC needs to. If this needs to come back to CIC in terms of the budget allocation, and we can certainly make that decision. But I'm certainly in support of this, and I think I've seen enough dash cam video on the news, on national news, and on state cases where it has enabled police departments and police officers who do respond to service calls. It enables them to do their job better. And so anyways, I don't want to get into all the explaining on why I support this, but I think I'm looking forward to this. I know we're still almost 2 years out, and we're still going to have a lot of feedback and discussion around this. So I want to thank the police department for bringing this to us. And thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, now back to Zoom and Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I do appreciate the presentation. I know that, a lot of community engagement and conversations were had. I do just want to explain why privacy is so important. It is one of the staples of American government and American history. We are not in the business of making, government into Big Brother. And we see this in other countries, facial recognition cameras all over the place, significant protest, things like that. So I do want to say that we are on a slippery slope if this were to continue any further. And that is why historically there has been a very large public presence and opposition to any additional and unnecessary data. I do also want to highlight that there have been security breaches of these companies, significant breaches. In fact, more recently in the last 2 years, let's say obsolete for certain governments, the cameras have become obsolete, and it was, instead of being destroyed, it has actually been sold on eBay. And there are individuals who have bought those cameras and had a cache of police footage available to them. This has been well documented in Vice. It has been well documented in a number of different organizations and companies. And I'd like for the representative to talk a little bit about that, because it happens, but I'd like to see kind of what are the steps since 2020 that has been taken to increase security.
Jason or Stephen, I'm not sure if you're still on with us. I hope you are, so we can address this question. But if you could comment on it.
I could address that. My name is Steve Flowers. I'm the program manager for privacy and security for SLTT. Those were improperly disposed of by the United States Air Force, I believe it was, or the United States Army that came out of Fort Hood, Texas. Rather than being returned to Axon, they went through what's called the DRMO process with the Department of Defense. Rather than being returned to us and being properly erased, they were not erased, and they were provided to the open market. Since then, we have advised customers to properly return those devices to us for proper disposal.
Okay. Anything in addition to servers and firewalls and any specific breach? Because I'm not necessarily saying it's just your organization, but there's a number of different organizations that have been hacked. So I just want to understand a little bit more, what is your security effort?
Oh, of course. Our servers are all hosted within Microsoft Azure stateside data centers. Those meet the CJIS security requirements, and they are supported by a team of 40 Axon information security privacy staff members who monitor 24/7. We have not experienced a breach within the time that we've moved into a software company.
Okay. And then as far as specifically, I think that the conversation was about cost, and granted, I will say I heard from the public comments, cost is brought up. Cost is brought up because obviously we're heading into an economic downturn again. And the reason why it's not recorded for 24/7 purposes is because the cost of hosting that data goes up significantly, correct?
That's correct. The more data that's uploaded within the cloud services, the higher the cost would be to the customer. That would be the city of Hayward in this case.
And what is the resolution that you film in?
I'm sorry?
What is the resolution that you film in?
Oh, I can't speak to that. Mr. South?
Sure. This is Jason South. I'm your sales engineer. It's configured by the agency, but it's up to 1080p, so high definition video. And I believe you all are set for 720p currently. Again, still high definition video.
Okay. And I think I was speaking to Deputy Chief Matthews over, I think last week or the week before. Are we able to increase that, just because some of the footage that we do absorb is very grainy?
So it can be reconfigured. Yep. So you can set the configuration. You all control that. I will say, I think there were some sample videos shown, and those were in 720p as well. So, but you should definitely evaluate that if you're finding that 720p is not getting what you need.
Does it affect cost?
No.
Okay. I would like to just inform the police team if we can just make sure that we can have the highest resolution, because that, especially if we zoom in or things like that, and as you guys do some of the analysis post an incident, zooming in kind of helps to see whether or not there is actually a weapon or what was the interaction or whatever the case may be. The next thing that I do want to ask is, do you sell any of the data to insurance companies and anything like that?
No, we don't own that data. That's your data. We're simply the custodians. So anything that happens with that data, you all would have to make that decision to share that with others.
Okay. And then for our legal team, do we have any language just to solidify that type of approach, to ensure that even if a custodian is there, there's limited access, number one, to the data warehouses. Number two, it's let's say, view only if needed, and, you have to have certain requirements and permissions and so forth. Is that in the language of this contract?
So at this point, there is the contract is still being negotiated. The terms of the contract would include a strong data restrictive language like that. It would be similar to some of the contract language we use with other dash cam type equipment that we get from Axon as well. So there's very, very strong verbiage in the contracts regarding use of data.
Okay, and I have, for one, have consistently stated that we do need stronger language, right? I sometimes we get in a habit, just as government, to copy and paste, what's been done for the last 3 years, 5 years, so forth. Obviously, technology changes, and so with all of our technology contracts, number one, I would like stronger language around that. Who's using it? Who's viewing it? If there's a log there of this particular person from this agency viewed it, you know, what was the purpose, what was the duration, anything like that. Because there have been many cases where privacy rights have been violated. People who are custodians, hate to say it, but sometimes also abuse, you know, this information. You have people that even work at the DMV and, you know, harass a woman, right? There are stories like this, right? So as much as we talk about security, I think that's important to at least have that language written down in there. I think that the, you know, higher definition is more important. You know, I'm surprised that we're not in 4K because even those little GoPros are in 4K, right? So I question that a little bit too, is like, is this the latest and greatest cameras available?
And just to answer your question earlier, just like with our body cameras, you have to have login IDs, and there's a digital footprint of everybody accessing this footage and watching the footage. So it is password protected, and each individual officer has unique IDs or HPD personnel. So anyone going into the system to look, we will know that they did so.
Okay. And then is this the best camera that this organization offers?
I'll tell you this, looking at the footage we've seen, I think it accomplished the mission for us. Being the best, I do not know. And to answer Councilmember Salinas' answer and wrap it around yours, you know, if the council grants permission and we lock the price in, you know, the company, if there are some changes, subtle changes, I think our price is locked in and fixed no matter how long down the road we get it. And if the technology changes, I think we benefit from that by being early orderers.
So you're saying in the contract that if a newer model, greater model comes out, we have the option to potentially upgrade at no cost?
I can let the representative speak to this with maybe some more clarity, but it's my understanding that the technology is upgradable at no cost at the conclusion of the 5-year contract.
Okay, at the conclusion.
I'd like to jump in. This is Steve Flowers again. Currently, the Fleet 3 just came on the market this year. And to backtrack on the councilperson's privacy concerns, we do not data mine. We do not sell any data that's captured within Axon Cloud Services. Access to the data is limited to a very small head count within Axon. Those individuals undergo fingerprint-based background checks conducted by the state security officer. That would be California Highway Patrol. Those individuals are only able to access that data if requested by the customer. So a written ticketed request for an Axon personnel to access that data has to be initiated by a representative from Hayward Police Department.
Okay. And then can you elaborate a little bit more about the contract piece?
Yes. The data ownership is lined out in the Axon MSPA, that's the Master Services and Purchasing Agreement. That states that the city retains the ownership of any data that's captured by an Axon device and uploaded to Axon Cloud Services.
Okay, and then can you explain a little bit more about the license plate reader piece of it?
What part of that? It's a passive device, from my understanding. Mr. South may be able to speak more to the operational impacts. On the security and privacy side, it's a passive reader. It pulls from the NCIC hot list or a locally uploaded alert that can be added within the console. However, it's not actively scanning for demographics or specific names or anything like that, if that's your concern.
Okay, so I just want to understand this piece a little bit more. If a vehicle is equipped with this particular item and they're driving down a street, it reads all license plates?
It reads all license plates, but does not return anything unless there's an active alert or an issue with the vehicle the plate is assigned to. So if that license plate is assigned to a vehicle that's involved with, say, an Amber Alert, you would get an alert back on that. But if it's just a Joe citizen, you would not get an alert on that.
So I just want to understand this piece of it. So let's say we're just, cruising down on Mission, and there is a vehicle with expired tags, or, how I understand the Amber Alert, and I appreciate the example of child safety and so forth, but I'm just saying for some of the smaller things, what constitutes an alert?
I'd have to defer to Mr. South on that.
Yeah, so the alerts actually are configurable by your agency. So by default, anything that's in the federal NCIC hot list is what we're tracking against. So all of those alerts, stolen vehicles, et cetera, we don't by default pull from your DMV to get expired tags and those things. Be aware that's an option. Those things can be integrated, but out of the box, it'll be the federal hot list. So, typically more violent crimes and things like that.
Okay. And Chief, do you have an idea of, because before we vote on it, and since it's a work session, I'd like to see, one, obviously improved language in the contract, potentially a higher quality visual on the video being recorded, and then what specifically are the alerts that we are approving for this particular item?
Yeah, good evening, Councilor Lahab. Our ramifications or alerts would be based on felony violent crime only. So, felony crime. So it would be stolen vehicles, vehicles used in carjackings, vehicles associated with robbery. So felonious crimes, no infraction, no misdemeanor. It wouldn't pick up on expired registration, nothing like that.
Okay, and then that's going to come back to us with that language specifically in the policy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I think it's important just because, we do have, like I always say, an economic downturn coming. I think, if it somebody's lapsed a tag, I don't want to punish, poverty, if you will, right? Or some of these particular items. I think if we stick with felony, I think I had the conversation with Deputy Chief Matthews that I'm not necessarily opposed to this. I just want better framework around exactly what are we looking for? Are we going to stick to it? If there is a change, if it comes back to the council, and then if we are going to purchase this, I do think it's important for specifically the safety of the residents, but also the officers, as we do see, a number of different things kind of popping off in local news and so forth. But I do just want a stronger framework that kind of, it's no gray area. The public understands exactly what's going to happen and what's going to be seen. The council understands that, staff understands it, and we can kind of approve this and move on. So I'm hoping that when you guys return, that one language in regards to just the vendors is a lot stronger, that we have a better understanding of the ACLU metrics. They're technically very opposed to biometrics and a lot of the, passive scanning. I will say that, I've personally kept an eye on the ACLU's efforts. And then also just our framework of what are we going to really actually do with it, and then what is potentially even the engagement process there.
No biometrics here, Councilmember Wahab, but the other thing I want to address is beyond the felonious conduct, I think I mentioned it earlier, with regards to missing persons and things of that nature as well. Things that obviously are near and dear to the community members. We have someone that's got some cognitive issues and they're driving around aimlessly, as was a case a few years back. Then obviously we want to be able to capture that vehicle and check on the occupant to make sure he or she was okay.
So sorry, Amir. So drunk driving is something that you guys like.
No, I think what the chief was referring to, if somebody was reported missing and maybe was having a mental crisis and was driving around town in a vehicle, that would be something that we could enter in and have a specific alert for that vehicle. As far as an impaired driver, it assisting us in identifying that, this system wouldn't do that. It would record their driving actions, but wouldn't identify them as an intoxicated individual.
And
Okay,
just to
and-
be clear on another point, we've had this technology and a policy for ALPRs for now 8 years in the city of Hayward. To date, I do not think we've had an issue. And so I just want to make sure that that's crystal clear as well to the council.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I appreciate the example of like, you know, God forbid somebody with dementia is kind of, you know, forgets where they're at or something like that and goes missing. But so I just want to, I hope that I made myself very clear as to what I'd like to see. Other than that, I'm, like I said, I'm not opposed to this particular piece, but I would like a little bit stronger framework and clarity on exactly what we're going to engage with versus what we're going to not engage with, if you will. So I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time. I appreciate the report, and then also the vendor for explaining some of the other nuances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. Do my best to be concise. There's a lot of...
Is your... Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Is it okay? All right. Thank you. There were a lot of good comments made by my colleagues, but I won't reiterate them at this point, just in the interest of time. I do think I am supportive of this coming forward. I think when it does, referencing our existing policies about guidelines for video footage, you know, sanctuary city, camera use, having those on reference so both the public and council can refer back to them, I think. And then obviously the license plate reader policy is going to be updated. There were some good comments about that tonight. I'll add in the sort of he, his, her language that we're taking out. It has nothing to do with this specific policy. It's just something we're updating in all our policies now. So taking that out and making sure that within the policy are references to these other items that we already have in existence whenever that's relevant, as we're doing in other policies. Does the person that's driving the car, whether that be an officer or whatever their rank may be, are they seeing the video footage in real time, or is it going just as the body-worn cameras do?
I am not sure if it displays it on our mobile data terminals. I would hope it would not, or there would be some distractions by having that footage streamed on there, but I'll defer to the vendor if he could clarify that for us.
Sure, this is Jason again. Yeah, the option exists, so we can stream and the officer can see it. I think specifically that is typically used for the rear seat, right? So if you are transporting someone to keep an eye on them for safety purposes. But our app typically is not front and center for distraction.
Yeah, I see there's a couple areas that I think we'll need to continue to sort of evaluate as we go forward. One is, you know, how much is distracting and how much is helpful in terms of real time. You know, do you get a broader view, but then are you distracted because you're watching? And same thing, you know, for the health and safety of the person in the back seat, as well as for the officer, you know. So, you know, I think we've talked about the annual or biannual police report that comes back to council and being really targeted in that report about what comes back to us and making sure that it's highlighting new technologies as they come in. How is it going? What is working well? What are concerns, et cetera. So I look forward to this being part of that report. And then the other thing that I think gets evaluated over time is the how much. And I've heard a number of my colleagues talk about that. On the one hand, having things going all the time catches that thing you didn't know that you needed until you need it. On the other hand, it is, there's privacy concerns as well as data storage concerns. So fine tuning that as we go forward makes a lot of sense to me. Lastly, sorry. Yeah, and then just within the policy, you know, paying attention to the reviewing the language about when it's used, when it's not used. And of course, in the purchasing, the evolution of technology, as people have said, since this is a long-term contract. So I appreciate my colleagues on the CIC and the invitation to the community to engage at the committee level, at the pre-committee level, and of course at council. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Zermania.
Mayor, thank you. I have a
something
quick
else?
question. I have a quick question, and I guess also for the city clerk. Before city council meetings, we receive a Q&A log. Are we limited in the number of questions that we can ask on that Q&A log?
That's kind of off subject, but
No, the council, we do that to help, provide responses in advance. And that Q&A log is also shared with the public, but no, there's no limit on the number of questions that council
All
can
right,
ask.
so with that in mind, I encourage my colleagues to use the Q&A as much as possible. Thank you.
yes, we have taken a lot of time on this work session item. And I'm just going to add that, I am in favor of this. I am still pretty upset with our legislature for once again not allowing us to use speed control cameras. That's not what these are, I realize, but a lot of people are out there doing things that are very disturbing and in some cases criminal. If the use of one of these cameras can save even one abducted child, I think it's worth any of these risks that we have talked about. Although I do think, I don't want to mean to say that the things brought up by my colleagues aren't important, and I certainly think the issue of, it would be very much against our policy to let ICE have any information whatsoever. We are a sanctuary city, and I think a lot of that depends on who gets in control in the federal government and what they want to do. But in any event, certainly there are concerns. I appreciate that I think our department has worked through these. I thought the staff report was pretty thorough, and I just want to focus on the potential, once again, on the potential life-saving potential of this equipment that when used by our police officers, who I truly believe are out there to protect and not in any way harm innocent people, but I have a lot of confidence in how they already use things, and I think that they will use these appropriately, and I don't have any further questions or comments about it, but I would like to, but I do think that there have been a number of issues raised, and I hope they will, when you come back with the staff report, when we actually act on this, you'll have taken those into consideration. So thank you all, and with that, we are going to move on to item number 17, which is also an item that we recently saw in work session. So now we are being asked to introduce an ordinance approving the military equipment use policy regarding the Hayward Police Department's funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment as defined by Assembly Bill 481. And we will start with a report from Chief Chaplain.
Good evening again, community members, council members, and mayor. Before we get to Deputy Chief Matthews' presentation on AB 41, I just want to say this. AB 41 has been actually a phenomenal process. And I say that because it's allowed members of HPD connect with the council and community, connect with you all about the concerns in some instances and support in others regarding the equipment we have and use. The equipment now deemed by the California legislature as military equipment is what I'm referring to. Legislation like this only works when there is participation from the community beyond just the casual comment here and there. And so we reached out to our community. Some answered the call and others didn't. And when you look at HPD policy 706, you will see red on every page. Some pages are partially red and some are all red. That red text is the result from input from the council, the community, and best practices. Policy by its definition is a high-level overall plan embracing the general goals and acceptable procedures, especially of a governing body. And that is what you will hear during the presentation on HPD policy 706. I will also offer this. No policy will ever encompass every conceivable circumstance or situation. Our policies are meant to guide our officers in a world full of variables and diverse situations. Lastly, Before AB 481's implementation in January of this year, there was no policy around this issue, no community conversations about what we have in inventory and what it's used for. So this process has allowed us to show our city leaders and community what tools we have to keep them safe. And so with that, Deputy Chief Matthews, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chief. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present and also apologize because you're stuck with us here for a little bit longer. Tonight we're going to be talking about AB 481. We're going to be talking about Policy 706 in the ordinance. But before I get into that, I just want to publicly acknowledge a few folks on staff here with the city. There's been a considerable amount of work that's gone into this particular project in preparing for this presentation. So I want to publicly acknowledge City Attorney Lawson and Deputy City Attorney Amy Rothman, who've done a lot of work in helping us craft language for policy, for the ordinance, and doing some of the research. I also want to acknowledge Lieutenant Corey Lenteo and Reserve Officer Ray Champlin for compiling items for our equipment inventory list. So there was considerable amount of work that went into what you're going to hear tonight. Just a presentation overview. Again, we're going to be brief on the background process or the background portion of this. It's information that the council has already heard. So I'm going to breeze through that. We'll talk about in a little bit more in detail the policy and ordinance development and then make some recommendations at the end of the presentation. As you all know, this went into effect January 1, 2022. The purpose of this legislation was to address transparency issues regarding funding, acquisition, and use of military equipment. And there's a specific list of items which I'm not going to cover tonight. One of the requirements is that we have to get approval from the governing body, which is the council, to seek funding for, acquire, and use military equipment. Tonight we're going to talk about the adoption of an ordinance. We've already discussed the timelines there. It also requires council to consider a proposed policy during an open session of a regular meeting in accordance with the Brown Act. So it's got to be agendized, allow for public comment. It has to be posted. We posted the initial draft of the policy on our website on April 11th of this year. It also requires the PD to submit an annual report on military equipment usage to the council. And this is the list of things that we must report on, which is also captured in the policy that was presented as part of the packet for tonight. So the summary of use, summary of complaints, internal audit results, total annual cost for each piece of equipment, quantity for each piece, and intent to acquire additional equipment. As part of the annual reporting process, it requires us to host a community engagement meeting. It's got to be done within 30 days of submission and public release of the annual report, and it's got to be well publicized and conveniently located. It also requires the council on an annual basis to review and approve the ordinance. It's got to be by vote, and the council can determine compliance with the ordinance for each piece of equipment in the HPD's inventory. And also, the council has a purview to disapprove equipment or require modifications to the ordinance to ensure compliance. As you know, AB 481 lists specific items. There's 14 categories listed and one kind of a generic catch-all category. Some of these items they've been in our inventory for years, and as we've been saying throughout this process, we are not asking council to approve any new equipment at this time. This is a brief list of what we have in our inventory. And that's indicated in one of the attachments for the packet. And these are some of the items that we do not have, as we've discussed. So we don't have tanks, we don't have vehicles that are weaponized, we don't have vehicles that have breaching equipment attached to them, 50 caliber weapons, etc. So in terms of the policy, ordinance, and development, as I mentioned in my opening comments, there was extensive research for policy and ordinance development that was done in this particular for this particular project. So we reviewed documents from other cities and counties in the region and across the state. We reviewed some other related statutes specific to some of the equipment that we have in our inventory. We engaged in community conversations. We held engagement events, and we reviewed written community feedback on the policy and on the equipment inventory list. To highlight some of the engagement efforts, we created an informational page on the website. It's got draft policy documents that went up on April 11th of this year, and it's also got basic information about the bill itself and links to previous documents, and it's also got links to some of the engagement events that we've held. As you all know, we held a council work session. We held 2 virtual community meetings, one in May and one at the beginning of June. And each of those meetings were recorded and the videos are posted to the website for anybody in the community that wants to view those. We held an in-person community engagement event where we had the equipment that's in our inventory that's responsive to the bill on display. That was held on Saturday, June 11th at the Northern Resource Center, and we were there for about 4 hours. We also created an informational video for the website, and I believe that went up just before close of business today, so that's something that folks can view as they choose to. Further engagement efforts, we did speak with the CAP during our quarterly meeting regarding this particular bill. We accepted written feedback on policy documents and the inventory list. We had a variety of informal conversations with community members, and I think that is our hope is that that continues. We also provided a final draft of all the documents in the packet to the CAP, to the Hayward Community Coalition, and to the Hayward Concerned Citizen groups. In terms of community feedback, there were some concerns that were raised. Again, I do want to thank the community for their participation in these events and the council's participation in these events. There's been great engagement around these issues. We've had some really, really good dialogue regarding some of the equipment that we have in our inventory and how and when it's used. There were concerns expressed regarding the inclusion of CS, or commonly referred to as tear gas, in the HPD's inventory. There was concerns raised about a ban that was a byproduct of the International Chemical Weapons Convention on the use of riot control agents during warfare. There were concerns expressed about the use of military equipment during protests and demonstrations. There were concerns expressed regarding inventory volume and the deployment model. There were questions that were asked of us about how the use of military equipment is authorized. And there were requests from the community, during some of the community engagement events, there were requests for exclusionary language and references to other statutes that are relevant to the use of this equipment in the policy, and we ensured that that was done. Some of the community feedback continued. Questions have been raised about minimum requirements as it relates to policy for when items can be deployed, and I think it's important for us to have a conversation about terminology. So when we talk about deployment, that is the model under which equipment gets brought out into the field. When we're talking about use, that's when equipment is actually physically used. So I think it's important to make that distinction. As we've indicated in the staff report and other conversations, the majority of the equipment that's in this inventory list is assigned to our special response unit or our SWAT team. And so it only goes into the field when the SWAT team goes into the field to respond to a high-risk incident or critical incident. In making that determination, the department has a risk assessment matrix, and I know that's one of the questions that was asked by both council and the community. There are a variety of things on the matrix that allow us to ensure proportionality in deploying the SWAT team. Right? We don't want to send the SWAT team into the field to address issues that they shouldn't be addressing. Right? That's a team that's highly trained, has specific equipment to deal with problems that folks assigned to patrol don't have the training, equipment, or knowledge to deal with. And so I just want to make sure that that distinction is made. So that is, and there are other policies that are responsive to some of that. There was a written request to remove the exigent circumstances section from policy 706. I think that exigent circumstances, whether it's in policy or not, is still a legal standard that exists and is available for us to make decisions One of the things that exigent circumstances does is it allows us to take action immediately to prevent the loss of life, prevent escape, destruction of evidence, et cetera. One of the things that I tell people about exigent circumstances, it's really dependent on time, right? If we use exigent circumstances, let's say to enter somebody's residence, it's because we have to take action now and there isn't time to go find a judge, author a warrant, get it signed, because that delay will cost life, essentially, and that's kind of what we're talking about here. The chief touched on it in his opening comments, but we have to have room in policy for unanticipated events. There's no policy that can encompass everything that we may face in the field, and so there's got to be some degree of flexibility there. Part of the oversight piece is the fact that we are going to be coming back to council and reporting on usage and policy and ordinance compliance. There is equipment that exists that we don't have. I think that if you looked at some of the inventory lists from some of our neighbors, including the county, far more extensive. There are problems that we could potentially encounter that we may need to reach out to other folks for. And any addition of equipment as a policy in the ordinance state will require council approval. We received a written request to ban the use of chemical agents. I will say that there are a variety of operational uses. One of the biggest, most of the conversations that we've had have centered around the use of chemical agents for riot control purposes, right? But there are also other operational uses for it. They are used in tactical operations, right? High risk, critical incident. It is an option for us to use. One of the misconceptions that exists is that, the chemical agents are used on people. Oftentimes, they're actually used on space, right? We put it into a space where we don't want people to go. It's part of our efforts to shrink a problem in the tactical world. The smaller the problem, the easier it is to manage. And so there are other functions for that outside of being used as a riot control agent. I'm not familiar with any reasonable alternative. Again, it's only deployed when the special response unit is activated. It's not something that is taken out into the field as a matter of routine. And its use is governed by other policies and state law. AB 48, which is specifically referenced in Policy 706, discusses this. It specifically authorizes the use of CS gas as a riot control agent, but under very specific circumstances and only after we've done all these different things, right? We have to give announcements that are audible, that everybody can hear. We have to provide, avenues of exit for folks who want to leave. All of that stuff has to be done prior to deployment. And then we received a written request for creating an avenue for complaints other than the HPD, and I think that was touched on during the last item. We are going to be coming back to council to update the policy innovation projects. Community members can certainly file complaints with HPD, including the Internal Affairs Unit, but they can also file complaints with members of the council, city manager's office. They can file complaints with the city attorney's office, HR, and they can file complaints even on Access Hayward. So there's technological ways that can be done. So as far as our recommendations, one of the things that we did was we looked at every piece of equipment that we have in our inventory and asked the questions, is there a reasonable alternative? And then we listened to a lot of the community concerns that were expressed, particularly in dealing with protest demonstrations and riot control situations. And one of those was the use of munitions indiscriminately in a crowd. And I think we all share some common ground there because the last thing we want to do is injure folks who are uninvolved in anything. We don't want to create injury for anybody, but if we have to use a munition to address a riot, we want to be specific in addressing folks who are engaging in violent behavior and not folks who are passively observing. One of the things that we've had in our inventory for a long time, and at least to my knowledge, in the 23 years that I've been here, we have not used our Stinger balls. There's 3 separate munitions, one that has CS powder, one that has OC powder, and one that doesn't have any powder, but each one of these munitions has rubber pellets that when the munition goes off, it disperses in a 50-foot radius. Again, I think that based on the dialogue we had with the community and some of the concerns that were expressed, and based on kind of our needs assessment or review of usage, this is something that we're going to recommend be removed from our inventory. And as was asked earlier, that means that it would be physically taken off of the inventory list that was submitted as a part of this packet. And then those munitions would be destroyed. We also recommend the approval of the policy and the ordinance. The policy 706, was extensively rewritten, amended, and there were sections that were added specific to requests from some of the community dialogue that we had. And the recommendation is also to approve the ordinance. And the ordinance, the language in the ordinance is consistent with cities and counties across the region and state. So this is not outside of what others are doing in response to this bill. And with that, we will open it up for questions. Thank you.
Okay, and yes, this is not a work session item. This is a regular legislative business item. And so I will go first to Councilmember Zermano. Questions?
Questions. All right, let's see. I think I have 2 or 3. At the community event, engagement events, well, thank you for the report, by the way. Sorry. Were you ever asked where the grenades were, or where the grenade launchers or the tanks were? Did that ever come up?
It didn't come up specifically in conversations that we participated in. I know that there was some literature that was distributed that indicated that that's what we were in possession of, and I think in the initial work session and some of the initial information that we put on the website, we wanted to make sure that the community was clear that we don't have anything like that, nor are we seeking anything like that.
Okay, did you ever run into anyone who feels like I do that military equipment is the wrong term to use for public safety personnel, or am I the only one saying that?
I think there was, we heard a little bit of both. I think there's folks that feel that it is military equipment,
okay.
As are other things not listed in the bill, and I think there's folks who feel that it is not. So I think we heard a combination of both of those.
All right. As per AB 481, how often do you have to report to City Council or to the state or to the feds?
So we have to report, well, it depends. So we have to report on military equipment as is listed in the bill to the council on an annual basis, at a minimum. There are items that we have in our inventory that are the subject of federal oversight. So for example, noise flash diversionary device, what's commonly referred to as a flashbang, that program is overseen by the ATF. So there are other entities that have oversight over certain aspects of our equipment inventory, but we are required to come back to you on an annual basis and have this conversation.
All right, okay. And this is for you all and possibly for our city manager. Let's see, so I have run into folks who have problems and who have complained about somebody destroying their fence or a tree not being cut correctly. Can we publicize, can we think about maybe putting out a document that states where you can file a complaint, when you can file it, how, to whom can you file a complaint? So that this way, if whatever complaint may be, the resident has an idea, okay, I have to file a complaint about this, this, and that. Is that something that we can think about?
I think we have multiple ways that we do that already, encouraging folks to submit things via Access Hayward. But we can, I think, as part of this process where we're looking at the sort of complaint liaison, look at, is there an opportunity to broaden that as more of an ombudsperson that could support residents who, you know, are having difficulty navigating a variety of different city structures and systems, including the police department.
I'm just hoping we can be a little more transparent with the possible process and some numbers.
Yep.
If you have a complaint about a worker who didn't do a good job, okay, this is who you call. Or they didn't paint the street correctly, they put steps instead of stops, so this is who you would call, etc. And that would include firefighters and, of course, police officers. So let's consider that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Go to Councilmember Marquez on Zoom.
Thank you, Mayor. In the staff report, we have estimates of operational use in the last 5 years. If this ordinance is adopted, are we going to be tracking this data more thoroughly moving forward?
Absolutely. So the requirement of the bill is that we report out on usage. So for each item listed in the inventory, we're in the process of building what that looks like. Some of the information is a little bit difficult to gather, right? So if we're talking about a vehicle, anytime that leaves the back gate and goes out to into the field for any reason, how do we capture that information? You know, some of the usage is pretty, that information is always already collected, right? So if we, as part of our use of force review internally, there are multiple layers every time force is used, a review. So those instances, if a munition is used in a particular case, that's easier to track, but we are building that, and so we will be reporting out on, we'll be reporting accurately on usage annually.
Okay, and the CS, that's the chemical, right? That's has been deployed. It says an estimated of 5 times in the last 5 years.
I think that's a combination of both CS and OC, but yes.
Okay, and then can you just speak again? I know you mentioned there's protocol, there's things that have to be done prior to deploying that. Can you reiterate that? I heard you say something about, that's a firework, everybody, don't be alarmed. I heard you say something about you have to make an announcement, and there were some other requirements. Can you just speak to that again, please?
Absolutely. So all of that is captured in AB 48, which is a separate assembly bill that specifically deals with the use of riot control agents. There's a whole host of things that we have to do. We can only use it in circumstances where violence is occurring, or to bring a chaotic scene under control. One of the things that we have to do is we have to make sure that, you know, typically what happens in the field where the rubber meets the road is once rioting starts, we, by law, have to deem the gathering to be unlawful. We have to announce that that's unlawful. We have to order people to leave. Technically, if that happens and people don't leave, it's a misdemeanor. That doesn't justify the use of necessarily, that in and of itself doesn't necessarily justify the use of any of these munitions. We have to make announcements indicating that if people don't discontinue doing the things that they're doing, engaging in violence, looting, damaging property, that these munitions will be used and that folks could potentially be injured. That's all part of the announcement. In my experience, that announcement is given multiple times. I'm talking like for 20 to 30 minutes. We have to provide avenues of egress, so you can't encircle a group and then tell them to leave and then deploy gas, right? That would that doesn't make sense, and it's you know it's a bad practice. So we have to give people the opportunity to leave if they choose to do that. All of that stuff has to happen before, under AB 48, we can use gas as a riot control agent.
And that's required to be documented in an after action or incident report covering the the riot or situation.
Okay. And the annual reporting is 1 year after this ordinance is adopted?
Correct.
Okay. And let's say hypothetically, we do find out there's some type of abuse in using this equipment. What's our authority on addressing that, or what would happen from a discipline stance?
So no, go ahead.
I was going to say, obviously there would need to be an investigation. That would be done through internal affairs. I think if it rose to, the concern where there was inappropriate use of any of the equipment, obviously the council could consider that as part of the annual report. And consider whether to continue to allow the use or to add additional safeguards into the use of that equipment in addition to the internal review process.
Okay, those are all my questions for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all the work on this. Sorry, lots of thoughts at the same time. Just, wanted to appreciate the engagement, the community engagement, and the willingness to have those dialogues. Sort of to that point, and related to what you were just talking about in terms of if an issue was escalating and those announcements needed to start, would they be done in multiple languages?
Yes, if we have the capacity, yes. I mean, it's going to be personnel dependent. But the goal is always to make sure that we can get as many folks to understand as possible.
Yeah, I wonder about if some of those are sort of standard announcements that have to be made. Could they be pre-recorded even? But anyway,
great suggestion.
A comment, not a question, sorry. The other question I had, two other questions. One was, so the policy as it's currently drafted has a number of things that we not only have, but wouldn't seek to acquire. Is the expectation, barring exigent circumstances, is there an opportunity for HPD to use any of those things, even, to borrow them from another agency? So the policy says we don't have them, but does it also articulate that we don't use them?
I think that's where the exigent circumstance language applies. So if we encounter a problem and we don't have the resource readily available to deal with it, the problem's not going to go away. We still have to figure out how to address it. And so, the thing that comes to mind, well, we don't have our SWAT team does not have an explosive breaching program. There have been instances where I've personally been in the field, and I think some of the other staff members in the room can speak to this as well, where, we're dealing with structures that are heavily fortified. We've dealt with houses, associated with significant criminal activity who have changed out windows from glass to hard plexiglass. I mean, there's some things that we potentially would have to overcome that would necessitate very, very specific equipment. We tried to craft the language in the policy similar to how we do certain things in the field now, where exigent circumstances allow us to do it, and then we have to actually, within the next 48 or 72 hours, document it, write a warrant, go back to a judge, and have a judge review it and say, yeah, that was an appropriate course of action. The same is true here in this case. So if we have exigent circumstances and need a piece of equipment that we have to bring in right now to solve a problem, the way the policy is written is that we have to circle back with you all and openly explain what we did, why we did it, why we needed that piece of equipment. So that's kind of the thought process there.
So there's a whole process that goes into it. If something gets used that's not in inventory, it's not just we don't have it in inventory, but we'll just borrow it from Fremont. There's a whole process.
Yes.
That would come. Okay. Yes. Just wanted to make sure I was understanding that. Thank you. And then the last question is to whoever wants to answer this. Is just a process question. It may be the will of council to adopt this tonight. It may be the will of council to continue to refine the language. And I know there's a timeline attached to this, and that we have some really heavy agendas coming up and recess and so on. But so I wanted to sort of check in about process. If council decides that there is some more work to be done on this, what might that look like?
At this point, if the council does decide that that there needs to be additional work, it would probably come back after the recess, just given how many items are on the agenda for the next couple of weeks, and the request that potentially if the Maple and Main project needs to get added on a special meeting. I think there's been a lot of requests to add items. So I think that would be my recommendation if there are still concerns after this evening's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Wahab.
Thank you. I think it was alluded to in this item and the last item. If a person were to make a complaint, has City Council been trained on how to take a complaint, what forms to file, so forth?
We have a complaint form, but it's not required to file a complaint. I mean, oftentimes, I think everybody on the council at one point or another has had a conversation with a community member who expressed a concern, and that was passed along in either an email or a conversation to the chief or to a member of the HPD. And we don't disregard that. That's all that's required. If we get an email based on a conversation you've had with a community member who's expressed a concern about a policy violation or misconduct, pass that on to us, and it'll be investigated.
And there has been vigorous follow-up from staff to get to find out what the resolution was, and we make sure we share what we found out. As council well knows, since I've on board almost 3 years ago, I think it's a system that's utilized greatly by our community members when there is an issue. And to council's credit, and to the mayor, and to the city manager and the city attorney's office, when these things come up, they're immediately forwarded for investigation, and staff always will request a follow-up to find out what happened. And generally speaking, the complainant is requesting follow-up and a call-up. So I think it's a really good program, and I think it's being utilized the way it was kind of intended, to allow people a way other than through HPD to file complaints.
And that is how it works. I will add that we are not, taking a complaint, you listen to what the person has to say, and then you refer it to staff so that they can more thoroughly evaluate it. And you ask that, that the resolution or the whatever staff has concluded or conveyed to the person, or how the complaint's been handled, come back to you to close the loop. But yes, that is the proper, that is what we all should be doing when and we all do get those complaints. I know I do a lot. And while I can, I generally don't spend a lot of time talking with someone. I tell them that I will refer this and we'll have someone get back to them. Okay.
For regular complaints, I get that. I think when it's a complaint about an officer or an employee or something like that, I will just genuinely say that that's not necessarily the case. I don't believe that I've received any formal training or anything like that. So I would request that our city manager and city clerk incorporate that in council training when onboarding a new council member, and just even a one-sheeter, one-pager that is emailed to council once a year, once every 2 years, at least, once in their term, if you will. Because I think it's important if we are moving in this direction for transparency, accountability, and documentation. So I do just want to highlight that. Moving on, Deputy Chief Matthews, what was has your department suggested an item that you guys will no longer continue with?
Yes, the recommendation is to remove 3 separate munitions from the inventory.
Okay. And then, I will just personally say that I have taken a look at, kind of stood with you and looked through each of the items. And it is restricted. It is not something necessarily that these individuals carry on their body. when entering or engaging with anybody. Even some of the things are kind of restricted to the back of a vehicle or to a specialized unit. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Majority of the equipment is specifically assigned to our SWAT team, and these are incident-specific tools. One of the things that has come up in conversations is our deployment model. When do these things go into the field? That type of thing. And I always try to liken it to being an electrician, right? If I'm an electrician and I have a truck full of tools, I'm going to drive it to the job site and I'm going to select the ones that I need to get that particular job done. And so that's kind of the thought process that we use with the SWAT team, but these things are many of them are not out in the field on a regular basis.
Definitely. And then I do just want to highlight the one item, the one with the blue round tip, if you can elaborate a little bit more on that as well.
I think you're referring to the 40 millimeter sponge round.
Mm-hmm. So the only question I have is it shot directly into whether it's a crowd or a specific target, or is it shot into the ground? I just want to understand a little bit more about the control piece of that item.
Certainly. So it's kind of the functional equivalent of a beanbag shotgun round. It's just got different consistency and capabilities. It can actually travel a little bit farther. It is not a round that's designed to be skipped into a crowd. It is what we call a direct fire munition, which means that if a violent offender is throwing things at officers like bricks or something like that in a riot situation, it would be used directly on an individual and not randomly in a crowd. I think that came up in one of the community conversations, and I think we would all agree that that's an inappropriate use. There are unintended target areas on the human body. So, we don't target the head, we don't target the throat, groin, the chest. So there are rules that are associated with its use. But again, a lot of these situations are dynamic. The officers often are moving, individuals that we're engaging with are often moving. And so things happen, but there are very specific rules governing how that tool is used.
And then historically, how many times have you deployed that particular piece, as well as the, I know you have a fancy name for it, but basically the tear gas one as well?
So I think we estimated in the staff report, if I could just check, on the CS and OC munitions, we estimated 5 times in 5 years, and we estimated 25 to 30 for the 40 millimeter. And just like the CS and OC, there is a tactical application for the 40 millimeter. It's not just something that's designated for riot control. It is something that is deployed in the field as a less lethal munition that we can use, that officers can use, when addressing high-risk critical incidents in the field. So it's a tactical option for officers to bring it. It's a less lethal tactical option for officers to bring to a problem.
Okay, and Deputy Chief, moving forward, we're going to have far more clear documentation to really account for how many times we potentially used it, how we used it, if there was any particular harm to that individual, whether intended or unintended, or just effort around that, correct? As we're moving forward with this particular policy.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you. I just have 3 here. The intent of AB 481 is to increase transparency and really show the community what we have, our inventory, right? And we will have a designated website specifically articulating this that's accessible 24 hours a day.
Yes, it's actually up now. It's been up and running since April 11th, and we've been adding information to it as these engagement events have continued. The policy will be on there, the ordinance will be on there, the equipment inventory list will be on there, as will the staff reports for all of the council reports. So people will be able to go to that, read about the bill, and understand specifically what we have in our inventory.
Good. Second question is, and I think I heard this, but let me just ask it again, just so it's clear and it's clearly stated. Every time an inventory item is either brought into the field, deployed, or used, will that be reported on the website also?
So the annual report, there's going to be an actual annual report that's delivered to council in the form of a staff report. And so those will certainly be uploaded to the website as that process plays out over the years. And the bill requires that for as long as a piece of equipment exists in our inventory, we have to have all of that information on our website about it. So it'll be up there indefinitely unless we remove something from the inventory.
Okay, thank you. And then a third question, last question is, I know there's minimum reporting, minimum reporting requirements in AB 481. Considering the size of the city, the size of the department, the size of inventory, and and so forth, how often would we be meeting?
I'm sorry, how often would you?
How often would, what would be an appropriate amount where we meet, to receive a report on AB 41 inventoried items?
It's in the law.
Yeah, I mean, I think the minimum is annually, but if the council's direction is to come back on a more regular basis, I mean, that's certainly something that staff would be able to do too. So that's really a decision that the council would have to make.
Okay, and I believe that's it. That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question for right now. I wanted to know if it's possible, since it sounds like we're not going to be able to have someone specifically available to manage the complaints, and it sounds like the complaints are going to come from a variety of resources, city council, through a website, through the app. Is there a way we can have a graphic for the community that's available, that's not just for complaints, it could be for compliments as well, but something that just makes it easier for the community to understand that these resources are available to them? I know there's some stuff on the website, but sometimes that's kind of difficult to navigate. So is there any way we can at least, put that out there?
We can definitely look at that, Councilmember Andrews, and I just want to clarify that the sort of variety of different ways people can make complaints is sort of what the current state is.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking at, as part of that policy innovation project, a way that we can have kind of a more official or formalized liaison or complaint liaison program. So I just want to make sure it's clear that's not our intended long-term outcome, but we can look at some of the web pages and see if ways we can make it clearer.
Yes, that's all for now. Thank you.
And just on that topic, I think that given the conversation about the different ways to file complaints, we're going to expand the language that we have on our website for AB 481 to include all of the things that we've talked about here tonight. So,
okay,
thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other council questions at the moment, so we're going to open public comment on this item. And we do have, I know, one hand raised, and that is, are we ready? Yeah, that's Jesse Gunn. Can you bring him
Hello,
up?
can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yeah, my name is Jesse Gunn. I'm a member of HACOCO, but I'm also a teachers union representative, a delegate for the Alameda Labor Council, a father, and I've lived in South Hayward for most of my life. I think Councilmember Marquez and I are listening to the same fireworks. We should recognize that Policy 706 is getting better, but it still has too many loopholes for abuse. And it should be amended to include the following: that the authorized use section should list the actual minimum requirements for not just when the item to be deployed, but when used. And I appreciate the distinction between those two terms. So I would also like to know the specific requirement for de-escalation that has to be done in order to do this. Now, in order to be compliant with AB 481, it does need to state the actual requirements for use, not just the training and who is allowed to use it, but the situations as well. I'm also thinking that we still need to ban the use of chemical agents, including, yes, the CS gas. And I appreciate the discussion tonight on developing avenues for complaints that doesn't involve talking to HPD. It was stated earlier that this was a lower priority, and so I'm hoping that maybe we can make it a higher priority for tonight through council direction. I noticed that the presentation placed quotes around the phrase military equipment. Not everybody appreciates that term, but that is the law, the definition of what we're talking about, just like when we talk about gun control, when we talk about the definition of assault weapons, everybody knows what we mean because that's the law. To address this, I'd like to give you a quote from Councilmember Zimreño, which I'm certain that I'm likely taking out of context, talking about controlling multi-rapid fire assault rifles that have, quote, no place in an urban setting. And also, quote, it is overkill to use made-for-war multi-fire automatic weapons, period. We agree. In addition, I want to point out that the carbine assault rifles that you have are selective fire weapons capable of rapid burst. Those of you with military service or training with weapons would know that rapid fire is used, particularly the primary purpose is for suppressive fire on a protected enemy position. But typically, they have a much more common use, which is spraying until you hit the target that you want to hit. A 2005 study of the Baltimore County police officers says that among trained police officers, only 49% of shots fired hit their intended target, and it's lower during night or lower visibility. These are military weapons. These are assault weapons as defined by California law. What are we doing that's different than Houston, Texas? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have TJ.
Hi, I'm TJ again with Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I want to speak with you about a subject my fellow HCCs and I are very passionate about, and that is public safety in Hayward. Our police have been burdened over the past 2 years with staffing challenges, wavering public support, and now a push from various parties to take away the tools they need to keep response scenes safe, minimize casualties, and protect themselves in critical situations. All of this impacts upholding public safety. The police are there to protect and serve every day. Their duties are at times challenging. Their responsibilities are humbling. They need council support to continue to do their job efficiently. I had the pleasure of seeing at least half of council there at the police open house on the 11th. We got to view the safety equipment police use and tour through the incident command unit. We had an opportunity for some meaningful discussion, and I got all of my questions answered, and I hope you did as well. Because to me, it isn't about trust issues, the criminals' rights, the need for more oversight, or whatever bad report card grade you're being threatened to receive. It's about our Hayward residents being assured that our public safety and having the resources to uphold it are among the highest priorities of our city's governing body. Please do approve this policy as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Teresa R.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. Again, I'm Teresa R. with Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I agree completely with what TJ just said. And in addition, I want to add some specific items. For example, Jesse Gunn mentioned he is concerned about the use of automatic firing weapons, and we all are. Many of us are against AR-14s and magazines with a lot of rounds, but if people on the streets and ghost guns can be out on the streets with gang members, our police need to have at least as much firepower as what is out there on the street in order to defend themselves and to defend those of us without guns. And the other item I want to mention is the use of tear gas. I think it is being used now with such caution because of the ACLU that I feel like the police would only use tear gas in a very extreme situation. For example, if riots were occurring in which buildings were being caught on fire, or if there was like a very organized mass robbery of businesses like at Southland Mall and looting, which has happened in the past, and people were not clearing the area, and that organized theft were to happen. If weapons were involved, then the use of tear gas may be necessary. And I do want our police department to be able to have this access at their discretion. If they're already taking items off the shelf, which they feel like is not really necessary or not really safe, then let's give it to the police. Let's let them decide at their discretion what they feel like they need in order to do their jobs. And as a city council, I hope you will support them in those continued decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Suzanne.
Hello again, Mayor and Council members. I'm Suzanne Luther, proud member of Hayward Concerned Citizens, and I'm calling in tonight to say that I support HPD's use of all of their safety equipment. The criminals today, they're not pickpocketers or young, dumb thugs or wannabe gangsters. Today's crimes are being conducted by organized crime groups. These criminals have big firearms and body armor and know that the state will not prosecute them. And because of that, they feel and actually are invincible. However, the majority of us here tonight, we live in reality, today's reality. We're living in the real world. And sadly, we know that our officers are not invincible. I do not want our officers outgunned or outmanned. So I'm asking you, please, please approve HPD's use of all of their safety equipment. Help them to stay safe and to keep all of our citizens safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Colin Thormodo.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Colin Thormodo. I'm a member of the Community Services Commission. First off, I want to appreciate the inclusion of the specific exemptions for items that were mentioned that not only does HPD not have, but they have no intention of acquiring. I very much appreciate that, as well as going through and addressing all of the concerns that I had in your presentation. I also noticed that in a few places on the list of equipment under the purpose section, there was the phrase "to be used," and I encourage using this in more places throughout the equipment list and in their purposes section, as that's much more specific language as to identify when an item can be used as opposed to what training is needed in order to use that weapon, because I think that's a really important distinction that should be made in this policy. I also appreciate and encourage the conversation that we've been having about specific places and paperwork, especially to file complaints. I definitely believe that when complaints are made, although obviously having informal means of addressing these is important for ease, I think having a paper trail, since we're talking about transparency with this policy, is especially important because although I have no reason to doubt the chief's assurances that things have been addressed and investigated, if there is no paperwork, if there is no paper trail, it's very difficult for anyone outside of the Hayward Police Department to follow up on that. So I definitely appreciate the conversation that's been had had around around complaints, especially outside of the police department, and encourage having some paperwork in place when that eventually gets addressed. And finally, I do think it's important to remember that the conversation around firearms in general is that more does not necessarily make people more safe, and I think that includes everybody, including the police department. So I yield the remainder of my time, and thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any other hands raised from attendees on Zoom. We don't have any attendees other than staff here in the chambers right now, so I'm going to close public comment. Wait a minute. Did that just... Another hand went up. Tom Ferreira, sorry, before I close public comment. Tom Ferreira.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Hayward City Council members. My name is Tom Ferreira. I'm part of the Hayward Concerned Citizen Group and also a Hayward City Council candidate. I just want to show my support for Chief Chaplain and Deputy Chief Matthews for all the work they're doing to help keep our community safe. Just some of the things what some of the other callers don't understand is our police are experiencing people with firearms at least once a week in the city, and that has been that way since last year, and it continues to be. It looks like it's going to be the same goal or same thing that's happening this year. So having less firearms and the criminals having more is not going to help the situation. We need to make sure our police are safe, our community is safe, the people that are around, everyone is safe. So having less firearms for the police is not a working situation. And as far as communications to the public and transparency, I think would be during the people's budget, I mentioned this, I think a digital screen would be a good thing, maybe with a QR code, and possibly maybe in front of the police station where they usually have banners, have a digital display and have QR codes where thousands of cars that pass that area constantly would be more informed. Similar digital display that they have up at Cal State East Bay. They have 3 of those screens. So it'd be very informative, very transparent for everybody involved. And just showing my full support for HPD. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now I no longer see any hands raised. Give it a second here. With that, I'm going to go ahead now and close public comment and entertain council comments, and I'll go to Councilmember Zermania.
Mayor, thank you, and thank you for all our residents out there who came in with some of the public comments. Chief, Deputy Chief, thanks. And Chief, no, Deputy Chief? Captain, sorry, apologies. I move on the item on staff's recommendation, and I encourage my colleagues to follow and join me on this. And my reasons are not that many, but let me go through them a little bit. Good report. Good on not having more stinger balls, because it kind of shows that you're listening to the community, and that's very important. So there's community trust there. Please continue having community conversations, whether it's annually or however you feel that there may be a need for something, go ahead, but report to us. Once per year is fine, but you may find that a certain community, maybe the folks around Mateo Jimenez Community Center would like to have a meeting, maybe the folks around St. Joachim's Church. So look into that and be cognizant of the various areas that may need something. We always speak of equity, so this may be a good opportunity to put it into play. I always look for checks and balances whenever we do any kind of ordinances, and I'm satisfied that this one does have checks and balances. And one of them is, for example, if you wanted additional equipment, you have to come to us for approval, and that's something that's very important. And the minute that deputy chief misbehaves and uses a grenade, then he can be taken to, chastised or whatever, and then we'll take the grenades away. But of course, we don't have grenades. But the minute something is amiss, we can take action on that particular item, and that's very, very important. So I'm satisfied with the ordinance and having those checks and balances. I still dislike military equipment, the term, but anyway. I believe that you're doing well in complying with AB 481. And in my mind, well, it's state law, but in my mind, not only in Hayward, but all the police forces in state of California can look and find that the community can have more trust because of the transparency of it, because of the fact that you're listing the equipment, and there's equipment that's not allowed in police departments. So that's very, very interesting. Taser guns, military equipment. I haven't heard taser guns mentioned at all. Reason?
No, the taser was not specifically listed as a piece of military equipment.
That's weird. Okay. Because it can't stop a person, right? Taser gun? Yeah. All right. All right. Again, transparency will lead to community trust. And we do have some trust, and I think we're building up on it, and I think that's important. So with that, again, I encourage my colleagues to support our police officers or the ordinance itself. I think it's a good one, and it's public safety that we're talking about. Thank you, Mayor.
So let me just clarify, your motion is to basically approve the policy as it is written.
Yes.
And is there a second to that motion? Yes, okay. So that motion has been made by Councilmember Zermeño and seconded by Councilmember Salinas. So we will, did you want to speak to it? Go ahead.
Mayor, I forgot something.
I'm sorry,
Excuse
what?
me, colleague Salinas. I forgot something. Indulge me a little bit, but gun buyback program and gun control. Hopefully that comes along, that will come soon, okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Salinas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I wanted to thank the police chief, Chief Chaplain, and Deputy Chief Matthews, and your team. This AB 481, I know is, it comes to us in this context right now, in this environment right now, it comes to us in this environment that we're in right now, and I appreciate you're bringing this to us, following a process that is open. You included a lot of different community members, community groups, and I really appreciate the trying to think of the sort of the sober nature of this, the tone, the tenor, how you're bringing this to us. And so I wanted to say thank you, for that. I think it's important. I think, we make a lot of decisions up here, and I've certainly made a lot of decisions up here. But a decision like this, I think, kind of reminds us the responsibility we have as a council, and I think it also reminds us the responsibility we have as a police department for making sure people are safe and really being accountable with the tools that are used to keep people safe and to keep neighborhoods safe in the community. So, so I wanted to say that. Secondly, I appreciate the discontinuation of the 3 munitions. I think that was, when I read it in the report, I thought it was appropriate. And I also got a sense that it was done in this sort of mutual process where it was identified and mutually it was agreed upon around, we may not need this. And so it was discontinued. And I think when we deal with issues like this and when we deal with particularly this particular issue, those are the kinds of collaborative discussions, constructive discussions, I hope, that we can continue to have between the council, department, the PD, and stakeholders and neighborhoods. So I appreciated that in this report. And I also appreciate the website. Everything's going to be in plain open. Everything's going to be in view. And I think, we live, given the context we live in today, I think that will, I think it'll benefit us. It'll benefit everybody. Lastly, the complaint process, and I was listening to some of the discussion and the concerns that people have, and I agree. I mean, I think there are a lot of different connections where people can lodge complaints. We have our city attorney's office. People send us email all the time. I know they can go to the city manager's office, and of course they can go to the police department. And what moving forward, I know tonight when we vote on this, it's gonna, it'll remain this, but as we moving forward, what I'd like to see included in an update or something is it actually articulated the points of engagement to file a complaint. I mean, actually state it where. If it's just not HPD or at the police department, it could be city attorney's office, city manager's office, or email city council. So I think, and just lastly, this last comment, I went to one of the community meetings, and I looked at the inventory. And I just want to communicate this to the community. The inventory that we're talking about fit on 2 tables. It fit on 2 tables, and it's not a lot, and it's not a lot of stuff. I mean, it's not a lot, and what I'm, satisfied with is when these items are deployed and or used, I am thoroughly satisfied with the record keeping and data collection that is attached to the deployment and to the use. We will, I'm sure, data collection and inventory will get a lot more sophisticated as time goes on. I look forward to how we update that and how we improve. But I think this is a good base for us to start, and I'm just I think this is good. I think this puts us in a direction where we are responding to the context of the day, right? And so So I will be, I second it. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lamnon.
Thank you, Mayor. I was wishing this was a work session tonight because while I don't want to belabor processes too long, there's a couple things that I'd still like to see. So I'll articulate those in a moment. But I started out my questions with an appreciation, and I just want to circle back to that for a minute. The proposed policy, as it's written, is already so very much better than it was originally, and the thoughtfulness and the engagement and the transparency that's happened over the last couple months, I really want to applaud and appreciate that. It's been excellent. And as Councilmember Salinas just said, the opportunity to have these dialogues that we've needed to have for a long time, it gave, whether we like the word military, I have challenges with that too, but it gave us this opportunity to have these dialogues in a really productive way. And so I appreciate all of that. And I think we're almost there. And here's what would help for me. Number one is to actually say, yes, we are going to remove the 3 stinger ball pieces of inventory. That's not how it's currently written. It was just a suggestion. But my understanding is that we actually would have to add that to the motion. And I'm not making these as friendly amendments because I want to articulate them and hear from my colleagues. So I'm just, in that spirit, I'm articulating them for myself. So one is actually removing the stinger ball language and inventory. Number 2 is actually articulating a little bit more about the complaint procedures. I don't think this needs to be a lot of language, but there is more that is available to the public for complaints, compliments, ideas, suggestions than just HPD, and I think there's value in actually articulating that. And the third one is, and please stay with me for a second, this is a little bit technical, but the language of, sorry, I just realized there's a fourth one. Anyway, the language related to the rifles, I think that there is value in actually articulating that the carbine rifle is capable of harming or killing an armed subject at various distances. Because right now what it says is it's there to stop. And I think actually articulating that what we're doing in more language, this is why this is challenging because it's legislative and not work session. I'd be happy to share language that I was playing with. I submitted it earlier as a question. And I apologize, there is a fourth point, which is slightly better articulating the purpose, the authorized use, the authorized users. I think the purpose gets at a lot of the authorized use, but could have more examples like Piedmont does, and separating out the authorized users. Again, there's a lot there that's really good and really well articulated. I think it could be built out a little bit more. I'd appreciate the opportunity to do that, but I'm going to stop there and hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
Yes.
I just wanted to make a process suggestion. So this is an introduction of an ordinance. So if your colleagues are supportive of those language changes, we could make those, and bring it back for the adoption of the ordinance, so that we don't have to send it back and so I think if there's support to make some of those amendments from your colleagues, it doesn't necessarily have to get sent back to the drawing board. So I just want to remind council of the process of introducing an ordinance. We can often amend that and bring it back for the adoption. So I'll just throw that out as a process suggestion.
No, I really appreciate that. And then I heard you, Councilmember Salinas. I really appreciate that. Part of what I was trying to get at earlier, but didn't say well. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and let me just, first of all, the policy is what we'd be approving. It's my understanding that you were recommending, as part of your recommendation, that the Stinger, is that what they are? But they're still in the inventory list. Right? But they would not be if we approve what you're recommending, correct? Yeah. So if they're not in the list, there's no authorization. But your recommendation is that you're taking
So
them
we
out,
could,
right?
when we bring it back for adoption of the ordinance, we could do a strike through of the Stinger ball on the inventory list that's attached. So
All right, so that's a very easy one. And I wasn't sure what you were getting at regarding the rifles.
Yeah, I know it's, so my point is that the way it's currently written says that the carbine rifle is a firearm capable of stopping an armed subject. And I think it is a rifle that is capable of harming or killing an armed subject. And the point of using it is to stop harm from, or fatalities from others. And I personally think there's value to articulating that, and not just stopping something.
Okay.
And so, anyway, I know
Okay.
it's complicated and so on, but I just wanted to.
All right, so, yes.
I have a question. So you're saying
No,
that...
Councilmember Salinas is next, and
it's
then I'll
first. Okay.
And actually, I think actually at this point, I want to call
I just
on.
had a point of clarification.
All right, go ahead.
So going back to what the city manager said in terms of, you know, us vote, a procedural question is, we vote for this, it'll come back with the edits or the changes, and it'll come back later, and then we can vote on that, correct?
So we'd want to have any changes to the language included in the motion, so
Yeah.
that the majority
That's
of
what
the
needs to
council would
happen.
vote on. If they are included, then we would work on
Yeah,
those
that's what I-
edits, then bring it back with the adoption.
So far then, let me ask the maker and the seconder of the motion if you are okay with the things that Councilmember Lamnon just brought up to be included in the policy.
It's fine with me as per city manager's statement that we approve it, and then when it comes back for the final vote, correct?
Yes, but
For
we're
the
getting
adoption.
So
there
I think the
tonight.
only one that we'd probably need maybe a little more what the intent of that is, so that we understand it, and we can hopefully interpret that to bring it back. But I think we can probably address the other issues.
I think we can. I know that we're focused on the rifles. I think there's language that's contained in other policies that specifically addresses deadly force and describes specifically what that is, and includes the use of all firearms. I know we're talking about rifles because it's listed in the bill, but, you know, so there is language in a different policy that I think kind of gets to what Councilmember Lamnon's a point is, but we can certainly.
Maybe we can cross-reference that policy, just so
Sure.
that there's.
It's cross-referenced in 706. Yeah. Okay.
So it's, okay, the language in the.
And colleague Lamden, our mayor is correct in that your first friendly amendment is unnecessary because the staff report saying that it is recommended that it be left out. So the first friendly amendment is not necessary. Okay.
Okay.
I am fine with the friendly amendments.
Okay,
Colleague Salinas?
Yeah.
Okay.
all right, so do you think we have that captured well enough, Madam City Clerk?
Mayor Holliday, if you could please restate those amendments for the record, that would be appreciated.
All right. Oh, if we could restate them?
Can-
Well,
do you
let's,
want- do you
why don't
want-
we go
yeah.
to the other council members, and then we'll try to restate the whole list when we're there. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to give my extreme appreciation for how fast our police department jumped on the community outreach with the 2 Zoom meetings and the open house. I feel like we just had a work session on this like 4 or 5 weeks ago, and they just jumped on it. And I know they also made themselves available to us individually to answer any questions. So I do appreciate the outreach efforts. I think it's a good template moving forward, what we need to be doing just to engage with the community. Overall, I am in support of moving forward. However, I'm having some of the reservation that Councilmember Lamnon is having, and I wish this was just one more work session to finalize things. So I'm just going to give some feedback. I'm not going to confuse the already amended motion. but just some things to take into consideration. I think we heard from our community members wanting more clarification with respect to the minimum requirements to use this equipment, just having that very specified laid out. So if there could be additional work around that. And then with respect to the concerns about extingent circumstances, I know once this is adopted, we had mentioned reviewing it a year out, but maybe because it's so brand new in the first year, if possibly we could do a 6-month review rather than a year, just to give us an early chance to see if it makes sense, the ordinance, just because it's so brand new and there's been so much community engagement. And then also concur with the comments in making it explicitly clear that we want to remove those the terms escaping me, but those stinger ball items, those 3 items that are listed in our staff report. And I'll end my comments there. Thank you, Mayor.
Are you asking that be made as an amendment to
Well, I don't want to say that just yet because I know other colleagues want to weigh in. So I think we're approaching this as a work session in terms of our debriefing, just because it's such a complex issue. So I don't want to do that just yet because I'm curious what my other colleagues have to say. Thank you.
All right. So now we'll go to Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation, and thank you to HPD for reaching out to us as council members individually, as stated before. I also saw your team out there for different events to explain some of the equipment that you all have in your coffers, and I just wanted to just acknowledge that there was community outreach. Again, I'll reiterate, if there's better ways to do community engagement, please, Hayward Concerned Citizens, Hey Coco, any other groups out there, please let us know. I would like to prioritize having the compliment and complaints, having that system prioritized. And again, if we could do something in social media on the interim, a lot of people follow that and not necessarily go directly to the website. I think it will be just more transparent and also more engaging for folks if they see it in platforms that they use every day. So I think that's something that we should prioritize. I don't think it needs to be a friendly amendment, but just something that if we can do sooner rather than later, that would be great. I wanted to give kudos on the comments about having pre-recorded languages. I think that reduces some liability there if we are able to have that. And if it just will be more, it will help the community more understand what's happening in a very stressful situation. So I want to give kudos to Sarah, Councilmember Laminin on that one. And if that's something that can be done, and not necessarily a friendly amendment, but maybe we can start exploring that, and you can let council know if that's something that can come back to us just in an email, letting us know that it's being worked on. This is when we think it will be part of our process. Again, want to appreciate comments from Hayward Concerned Citizens and Hey Coco. I do feel like some of the previous information that was released to the community did move the needle on looking at our military equipment and looking at what things do we actually use and need. I know in previous meetings I mentioned having a risk assessment and looking at, what are the risks of not having this equipment so the community can understand why we do have it. I did see in the staff report and supplemental information the purpose of it. And I believe that Deputy Chief Matthews, mentioned in his presentation some of the risk of not having it. So wasn't exactly the format that I was expecting it in, but it got there somehow. It got there. So I just wanted to acknowledge that there is some risk of not having some of this equipment. I acknowledge that, but definitely appreciate you all offering remover of these stinger balls. I do feel like this is something that we can review annually and see, what do we need versus what do we have. And so if we can continue to revisit that in the future, that would be great. I agree with the minimum requirements and looking at it at a 6-month review as offered by Councilmember Marquez. So I don't know if she wants to have a friendly amendment, but I will be supportive of that. And I believe that's all. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the 6-month review, we would be having anyway in about 6 months, within 6 months, a report. We've asked for semi-annual reports on the police. So it just could be included as a routine matter in those reports, and we would probably be getting one sometime within about 6 months.
I think one will be due here shortly as of July 1, could have end of year, and we can, we typically, I think the chief usually comes back and does an annual report, so I think that we could talk about whether the timing of that happens so that we could do this 6-month review with the annual report, or just do a 6-month, sort of mid-year report. So we can talk.
Yeah, I mean, I think the policy itself requires an annual, and
exactly.
To me that is probably sufficient, but we could get at least a brief report from the chief, when he next gives his report about.
We could definitely do that, and I just want to make sure the council remembers this when I submit another one of those super thick reports like the last one that everybody complained was too thick, too voluminous. So just be warned that
Right.
There may be a whole lot in this one.
Yeah, all right, and Councilmember Wahab?
Yeah, no, I just really want to thank the police department for having the community engagements, not just one event, but multiple events, and making it kind of available. I'll be honest with you, I'm a little lost as to what is the motion and so forth, just because there's a lot of commentary on it.
We're going to clarify that.
Thank you. For me, I personally will say that I do want to remove the items that the police department do view as unnecessary. And then, for me, I also just want to highlight a framework as to when are we going to engage it, who's using it, just having a little bit more accountability there. Plus, based on the staff report, a lot of the assumptions of when we did utilize this equipment, it was estimations roughly. I'm hoping that even though the state is requiring, let's say an Excel log sheet of, this is when it was deployed, this is, how it was used and so forth. The more robust data we have, the better it is just for public safety and transparency and trust building. So I do think that we do need to kind of expand a little bit on that just as us taking the initiative. Other than that, I generally do think that it's sufficient. There are criminals out there. We do have to have a balance. For me, it's always been about ensuring that there is public safety, but then also making sure that we're not, again, one of these other countries that I always allude to, overstepping. People's rights are important. We have to protect the individual right. That is the whole point of the United States. And I think that everyone would have to agree with that, that we're kind of infringing on a lot of rights if we continue to move forward in certain directions. So with technology comes a lot of responsibility. And as much as we trust our officers, we also must hold everybody accountable, including ourselves. So I'm hoping that, we just have a balance when we are discussing public safety and understanding that there are other individuals that have had negative interactions unjustly through history. So we have to take that as a learning lesson and try to improve where we can. Nobody's perfect, but I think that we are moving in the right direction. I think that this police department in the course of the last, 4 years or so has been very much working hard to move in that direction. So I really do appreciate the partnership from, the police department as well as the fire department and so much more. So thank you.
All right, thank you. And before we clarify the motion as what isn't in it, and for the things that aren't going to be explicitly stated in the policy, I think the staff report that comes back to us can also say we've taken these steps to do these things. But let me just say that You know, we are, I think it was Councilmember Salinas that mentioned, we're in very difficult times right now. And I don't know how many of you have been following at all the hearings that Congress is currently holding, but we all know what happened on January 6th. We all are now seeing that played over and over again. You know, I don't want to see that happen here. And I wish that the Capitol Police had been better equipped to respond to what happened so that our Capitol wasn't broken into and our, you know, our Vice President and the Speaker of the House weren't at risk of being killed by a mob. That happened in our country. It happened in Washington, D.C. It is also happening in state capitals around the country right now. These things aren't being done by people that we up here are supportive of. I really don't think any of us were supportive of any of that. But, you know, and I have to say that when I first read about this law, it made me somewhat uncomfortable to think that we are laying out in writing everything we have, all the tools, how we're going to use it, when we're going to use it. Who's going to want that information? You know, I don't really want that. I mean, I realize we have a responsibility to be, you know, to oversee the police department so that they are not using excessive force unnecessarily. They are not violating people's rights. I think we do a good job of that here. You know, I don't really see the point in laying out so much information that would most likely be more paid attention to by people who are going to use it in a not very legal way. And so that's just how I feel about this policy in general, that it is not that we shouldn't have these discussions about, and the state should have them too, about what is appropriate and not appropriate. Just even calling this stuff military equipment is false. It is false. This is standard, much of this is standard police equipment that is used throughout the country. I'm sorry to be on this soapbox so late at night, but I haven't said much, and I wanted to get that off, and maybe I am a little influenced by having a little bit too much information right now about what happened on January 6th in Washington, and you know, those things are not happening here. We have peaceful protests here, and they have been peaceful, and you know, we have participated in them. I think all of us have at some point, and you know, they have not caused the need to use any weapons like this so far. We have had incidents in the middle of the night that might have called for some of this. But I guess I also want to express my appreciation. I do think that the department went out of its way to gather community opinion and has incorporated it and has come back to us with a policy, as Councilmember Lamden pointed out, that is quite improved from what we first saw and has a lot of what we expressed concerns about in it, and what the public has expressed concerns about. So you did a good job of listening. I think you'll do that the next time. So let us now I think the city manager wants to say something, but I just want to get to what the motion is.
I was just going to try to capture the amendments to the motion.
Yes.
Kind of what is language that needs to be in the updated ordinance and policy, and what is just things that we'll kind of include in the staff report where we report back, which are part of the motion.
So are you ready to do that?
I think so.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, good.
I'm going to take my mask off just so I don't pass out from lack of oxygen. Okay, so the motion would be staff recommendation plus the first item would be to strike through on the inventory list the stinger balls and the 3 pieces of equipment associated with the stinger balls. In terms of there would be an enhancement to the complaint language and to have it mirror our existing complaint policy or to provide additional clarification in the ordinance and policy. The second would be in the language on the inventory list related to rifles. Consider language that indicates that the rifle is a firearm capable of harming or killing an armed subject at various distances, or something similar, some language similar to that. Then the fourth would be to improve and clarify the breakdown between authorized use, authorized users, and the purpose for each piece of equipment to just further clarify that language. And then the last addition to the ordinance and policy would be to sort of further articulate the minimum uses for the equipment. I think that was from Councilmember Marquez. And then the things that we would bring back just as sort of staff report, but part of the motion would be we would do a 6-month review of the uses and the implementation of the policy, that we would really try to prioritize work on the complaint system project from the policy innovation workshops, and that we would look to see if we could do pre-recorded messages, warning messages when we are using the CS gas in incidents.
Warning in other languages?
In other languages, yes, correct. So we'd look to try and implement and do those pre-recordings of those warning languages. Did I capture everything?
I think you did a great job. That's pretty much consistent with my notes. Anyone have anything they didn't hear that they wanted to hear? I'm not seeing hands go up anywhere. No. So, is everyone clear now on what the motion is? I'm seeing,
Yes, ma'am.
And I would just also say, normally I think we bring back adoptions of an ordinance at the next meeting. We might need a meeting or two to bring it back just to make sure we can.
So July 5th maybe instead of next week?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. The maker and seconder, are you okay with what? Okay. All right. So with that, on this motion by Councilmember Cermeño, seconded by Councilmember Salinas, and well amended by other council members. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamning.
With appreciation, aye.
Okay. Councilmember Marquez.
Aye, and I really appreciate everyone's engagement on this. Thank you for your work.
Councilmember Salinas.
Yes.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Sí.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Good work, everybody, including the members of the public who did, respond and share their concerns. So with that, we have 2 more items on our agenda, and I'm going to ask up here if anyone else needs a break. What? Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. let's, our online people sit back and ask council return. I think we're all up. Yeah, we're all here. So, are we ready, Madam City Clerk? Yeah, okay. So, we now are going to item 18, and this is regarding unrepresented salary and benefits. We're being asked to adopt a resolution amending salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented executives, management. I think this must mean city manager's office, not city manager herself. Human resources, city attorney, employees. Oh, I see. Okay, employees. And we will hear from, is our assistant city manager, Ms. Youngblood, with us?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
and there she is at this late hour. Please take it away. We're on item number 18 right now.
Wonderful. I'll be sharing my screen. Is everyone seeing the screen shared?
Yes.
Okay, great. And so as you mentioned, this is an update to our salary and benefits resolution for unrepresented staff members. Just a recap of the individuals who fall into that category. On the non-exec side, we're talking about individuals that are in all of these offices that you see here, approximately 24 individuals across the organization. And the numbers that you see in parentheses indicate the increase or decrease in the number of employees in each of those departments over the previous fiscal year. As it relates to executives in the unrepresented category, we would be implementing or asking that you implement these changes for all of the executive staff positions that you see here: 2 assistant city managers, chief information officer, director of IT, finance, library services, maintenance services, public works, the fire chief, and the police chief. So the recommended changes to the salary and benefits resolution would include 2 cost of living increases, one to be implemented July 1, 2020, and that would be at 3%. There'd be an additional one in the pay period, including July 1 of 2023, in the amount of 5%. We are recommending that we increase the benefit for our non-exempt employees as it relates to professional development reimbursement from $350 to $500. That is currently the amount that is paid for exempt staff. So we want to bring our non-exempt staff to the same amount for fairness. As it relates to health and wellness, we want to expand the use of this benefit, one, allowing for ease of administration and allowing individuals to receive a lump sum payment, and expanding the list of items that are covered under this wellness benefit to include items like stationary bikes and road bikes and other pieces of exercise equipment. The next item that we want to recommend is that we changed the overtime threshold for non-exempt employees that are part of the unrepresented group so that it more closely aligns with how we calculate overtime for all of the other bargained individuals and MOUs, which would mean in this particular instance that if an individual used some paid time off in a week, that paid time off used during that week would count as time worked for the purposes of calculating overtime. And one of the last things that we want to recommend here is that a salary study would be completed by December of 2023 to look at additional equity adjustments for this unrepresented group. The total fiscal impact of these proposed changes is $109,000. That is the end of this presentation.
All right, thank you. So are there any council questions? Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Youngblood, for your presentation. I just had one quick question. I probably should have asked this earlier, and I apologize for that. But is there a reason why the salary study is done in December? Is it you need more time to do the research, or is there a particular reason why the end of the year it's identified?
Yeah, we did complete one earlier in this year, and we will be bringing back some recommendations from that particular salary study. I'm not exactly sure about the timing because I wasn't a part of some of those discussions. I wonder if the City Manager McAdoo might have a better answer for you.
I think one of the reasons is a lot of other agencies implement cost of living adjustments on July 1. So if we do a salary survey in December, it will take into account other agencies' adjustments. And so it's a more apples to apples comparison. So we're not, if we did it now, it might not take into account those adjustments that might be going into effect on July 1. So that would be, if I was just kind of making a guess, that would be why we do it in December.
So is it December 2022 or 2023?
By December of 2023. And so as I mentioned before, we completed a salary survey of unrepresented individuals, probably I think in April and also May for the executives. And so we will be bringing back to you some recommendations associated with those surveys for implementation for executives in January of 2023, and then for the non-executives in July of 2023.
Okay, so the adjustments are 6 months after, not like almost a year after.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you for the presentation. I just have one quick question. With respect to the fiscal impact, is that just for this upcoming fiscal year, or is that cumulative for both years?
It is for just the upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I'm going to open public comment on this item. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no hands being raised, seeing no, our city clerk has no contact from anyone who wants to do that. So I'm going to close public comment. I will entertain council comments and hopefully a motion. Councilmember, I'm sorry. I don't see hands up. Councilmember Marquez has her hand up. We'll go to her.
Mayor, I'm happy to move staff's recommendation.
Was that a second from your?
Yeah, he concurs.
He's not qualified. I'm sorry. You got to explain to him. He's not qualified to second the motion. Does anybody, Councilmember Lamnin or Councilmember Salinas will do it. Okay. And with that, any comments that anyone wants to make? Okay, with that, Madam City Clerk, on the motion by Councilmember Marquez, seconded by Councilmember Salinas, to approve the staff recommendation.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Andrews.
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin.
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez.
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas.
Aye.
Councilmember Wahab.
Yes.
Councilmember Cermeño.
Aye.
Mayor Halliday.
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Moving on now, and for this next item, item number 19, we will be recusing, we will be recusing our city manager, our city clerk, and our city attorney, who is online, but if you will, and I guess the city clerk or the city manager will let you know, Mr. Lawson, when you can come back, but you will be leaving for this one. And so now I will go back to Assistant City Manager Youngblood to give us this report. And this is obviously, this is the employment agreements for our council appointed officers. We're going to be adopting resolutions approving amendments to the employment agreements for the city manager, city attorney, and city clerk, and authorizing myself, the mayor, to execute these agreements. So, Ms. Youngblood.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you have mentioned, This is for council appointed officers, and that includes the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager. The terms of the updated contracts agreements that we are asking that you approve this evening would be one-time lump sum payments equal to 4% of annual base pay for each of the council appointed officers. These one-time lump sum payments would be issued in the paycheck, including July 8th, 2022. Salary increases effective the pay period, including January 1, 2023. These salary increases would be based upon a salary survey that was done for each of the positions, utilizing a methodology that was recently approved for our HAME bargaining group, which would mean that if an individual had a salary that was 15 or more % below the market, they would get a 10% increase. If they had a salary that was between 5% and 10% behind our market that was surveyed, they'd get a 3% increase. And if they had if they were about 5%, but less than 10% behind the survey market, they get a 5% increase. And so as you can see from our slide, we have individuals that are council appointed officers in each of those different categories. The city attorney will get a 10% increase, the city clerk a 3% increase, and the city manager a 5% increase, again, based on market survey data. The fiscal impact for each of the positions would be $25,000, $869 for the city attorney, that 10% increase. The city clerk, $9,259, and the city manager, $22,307. And I did say that that would be because of the equity increases, but that also includes the lump sum payments.
Okay. All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Not seeing any hands raised, so I will open public comment on this item. Is there any member of the public who would like to make a comment on this item? Not seeing anyone raising their hand of the few remaining attendees we have, and you're not aware of anyone? Okay. So I'm going to close public comment. We will go back to council. Councilmember Marquez.
Mayor, I'm happy to move the item. Just want to let the public know that we do conduct a performance evaluation on the 3 appointed officers every year. We have already concluded that process. So this is specifically on their compensation. So I think they're all doing a remarkable job, and happy to move the item.
Thank you. Is there a second? And seconded by Councilmember Salinas. And I'll just note that Councilmember Salinas, Councilmember Lamnin, and I serve on what we call the Council Appointed Officers Committee that sort of organizes that review every year of these 3 people, but the entire council participates in the review, and we, come to agreement about, and I will echo what Councilmember Marquez said about where, I think that we really are very happy with the performance of each of these individuals, and but we carefully consider city resources when we're, and also what we have also agreed to do for the rest of our employees when we are considering compensation for these 3 people. But with that, unless anyone else wants to say anything on this motion by Councilmember Marquez, seconded by Councilmember Salinas again. Madam City Clerk, Madam Substitute City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Andrews?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamnin?
Aye.
Councilmember Marquez?
Aye.
Councilmember Salinas?
Aye.
Councilmember Wahab?
Yes.
Councilmember Zermenio?
Jake.
Mayor Halliday?
Yes, and the motion carries with 7 aye votes. Thank you very much, and we can bring our city manager and city clerk back. Thank you for being here, though, to fill in there. Maybe we should have moved this up the agenda a little, but here we are. So yes, our city manager, and can somebody let the city attorney know that he can tune in again?
We did, Mayor.
For a very, let me ask, let's move to council reports and announcements. I'll let the city clerk get. Oops. So, okay. Is there anyone who, Councilmember Andrews?
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who attended Juneteenth this past Saturday. Every council member was there at some point, as well as the mayor, all the local electeds that attended, and wanted to give special thank you to One Subaru, TriSaid, Richard Valle, and East Bay Community Energy for being really strong supporters of the event. I also want to give a special thank you to Councilmember Marquez, who was instrumental in the success of the event, and also thank the Best Me Conference, as well as Diane Castleberry from AC Transit. They were just phenomenal in terms of logistics and helping vendors get on board, and helping with the talent. And just really appreciate everyone coming out and celebrating Juneteenth in Hayward. We hope to do it again next year. It was a great time in Heritage Plaza. Everyone commented on how beautiful Heritage Plaza was, and seeing all the activity there and partnering with the farmers market. So again, wanted to thank you for attending, and also wanted to thank Russell City Blues Festival for coming out to City Hall Plaza. I was there as well. So it was a good day for Hayward, and just wanted to thank you all again. The other just announcement is just, I want to just send my just support and concern about what happened at Southland Mall yesterday. I hope that it isn't what I think it was, but just want to say I stand in solidarity with the Asian American community, and we are pushing for Southland Mall to be a safe and pleasant shopping experience, and we are working with the general manager and our public safety representatives here to just make sure everyone can really enjoy that mall. But really, I just want to send my my support for the Asian American community on that, based off of what happened yesterday. Thanks.
Thank you. And I would just actually want to thank you for all the work you put into organizing Juneteenth, the Juneteenth celebration. Kudos to you. It really was a wonderful event, and I think everyone really appreciated being, out together again, and especially on Heritage Plaza, which was used in a way I hadn't seen before, and it just worked so well. So thank you for all the work you put into it. It was a great job.
And I also want to thank Gabriel, Larry, and Juan for really helping with setup and logistics, and they were just phenomenal, and they did it the whole time with a smile on their face. And just wanted to thank all of maintenance and staff who helped put on the event behind the scenes. Thanks.
All right, thanks. Councilmember Salinas.
I have two quick announcements. First, my first announcement is for the city manager, if you can communicate to Director Adelman. On Friday, we had the Hayward Family Festival, and it was a day where families went to Mia's Dream Playground, Mia's Dream Come True Playground, and families came and they learned about all the activities that were going to happen during the summer and so forth. It was a phenomenal success, and the lead really was was Lindsay Vienne and her team. Of course, he had the partners with the Hayward Promise Neighborhood and so forth who were all there. But big shout out to Lindsay and her team. They just did a phenomenal job. And you know, the facilities crew certainly earned their keep this weekend, because on Friday they were there, first ones there, set everything up, and of course they were the last ones there when they pulled everything down, and then of course on Saturday. So that crew, phenomenal, great work, and please thank them for me. Today, of course, is the launch of summer. And some of you may have been seeing these flyers around town. This is the Words for Lunch. We launched Words for Lunch today at the Hayward Public Library at Heritage Plaza, where kids are getting a free lunch every day of the week from 11 to 12, and they're also participating in reading activities. Tomorrow at Mia's Dream Come True Playground, All Abilities Playground, from 11 to 12, we're going to be serving lunch and having reading activities with kids. It's free. All kids will have lunch, and all kids get to participate. We have a bunch of swag that we're going to be giving away. And of course, we have a lot of our volunteer readers are from Cal State East Bay, they're from Chabot College, and they're from the community. Wanted to invite everybody. We have 2 sites this year, so we're really excited, and we're looking forward to having a lot of kids. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also thank everyone that came out on Saturday and truly appreciate Councilmember Andrews for her vision and her passion, just sharing her cultural awareness, artistic expression. It was so much fun to do yoga in the Heritage Plaza, to move our bodies. You know, most of us have been under so much stress with COVID and just so many challenges. And it just felt really, really good to be in community. And it's such a beautiful space. And it was just amazing to see it activated. My only feedback is I hope next year we could get the farmers market to come down so there could be more connectivity and synergy. But other than that, you pulled it off. It's amazing to see your vision come into fruition. And I can't wait to see what other ideas you're going to bring forward next year. I'm happy to support, but you are truly the mastermind and the visionary behind all of this. So thank you. And it's important for the public to know it's a lot of work putting on these events. So we've been criticized in the past. Why don't we have this? Why don't we have that? Well, and my comment is always do something about it. You know, someone has to do the work, and it really takes a community effort. And there's so much more to do in the community, but we can't do it alone. We need support and partnership. So thank you for leading the efforts, Councilmember Andrews.
Thank you. And I'll just, a couple things. I want to congratulate Hayward Rotary on its 100th anniversary. Truly, 100 years that club is, the Hayward Rotary Club has been, you know, doing good work in this city. I'm glad that at some point during the way they allowed women, because it seems like women do most of the work in Rotary now. But anyway, but they did have a nice celebration at our city hall, and down in our city hall rotunda and out on the plaza last Friday night. And I think council, well, the 4 of us up here actually right now are members, but I want to credit Councilmember Lamnen on that one with doing a lot of that work. And then I just wanted to mention that much earlier this evening, yes, you're right, it is the longest day of the year, and it has been definitely the longest night of the year too. But in any event, much earlier this evening, council members Lamnen and Salinas and City Manager McAdoo and I went to help say goodbye to the HUSD Superintendent Matt Wayne, who probably you all have read that he is leaving to move on to a somewhat more high-profile job as superintendent of the San Francisco Unified School District. And so we did kind of formally thank him and give him a certificate of commendation, thanking him for all the work he has done as Hayward superintendent during the past several years. So with that, there are no other requests. I'm not seeing any. I will just say that we are now, we will be meeting next week at 7 p.m. Here again, June 28th. And until then, this meeting is adjourned.